Chapter 736. Did that person really say that? In Nagado's house, Nagado Munekika was listening to the servant who was sent to inquire about the situation. His expression was normal, but a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The servant lowered his head, so he naturally couldn't see it. "Master, I saw it with my own eyes." "That person flew up directly. He also personally gave 2 pills. The servant repeated what he had seen and heard. He then said with joy, "Master, if this person can really lift the curse of unripe rice village, it will be a great joy for us. We don't have to be trapped here anymore. Even the women in the village don't have to." Naturally, he didn't finish the sentence. Because of this curse, many men in the village had to endure their wives and daughters being contaminated with other men's essence in order to survive. Although for these men, they also touched other people's wives and daughters. However, Unripe Rice Village was a small place. As the saying went, they would see each other often. After a long time, things gradually changed. Humans were very selfish creatures. However, when they could touch other people's wives and daughters, the bottom line of morality in their hearts would be very low, and they could even satisfy some people's evil thoughts. On the other hand, when their own wives and daughters suffered the same fate, they would naturally not be happy. "Is anyone willing to try it?" Nagado Munekika asked abruptly. The servant quickly said, "That person gave 2 pills and said that if you are willing, you can try it. The news came out just now. 2 women who are on the last day of the village took the initiative to come out and said that they intend to try it." Nagado Munekika frowned, but he said indifferently, "Who is it? Aren't they afraid that this is just a scam and they will lose their lives in the end?" The servant said, "These 2 married bad men. They couldn't tolerate their wives being touched by other men. So they were kicked out of the house early. They couldn't go home, so they were desperate. They planned to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Now that there is such an opportunity, they are going to give it a try anyway." Nagado Munekika nodded. "Tell me the names of these 2 women. Such a big thing happened. I have to know who tested the medicine." "Master, these 2 people are—" The servant quickly said the names of the 2 women who tested the medicine. After that, Nagado Munekika let the servant leave. Soon after, a figure slowly walked out of the screen behind Nagado Munekika's seat. If the servants were here, they would probably greet him as Master Sanlang. The person who came out was Saburo Nagado. Nagado Munekika didn't even look at Saburo Nagado. "You have heard who these 2 drug testers are. You should know what to do, right?" Saburo Nagado didn't even nod his head. He walked out of Nagado Munekika's residence with a wine pot in one hand. What should he do? Of course, he had to deal with the 2 women who tested the medicine. In that case, the guy who stayed in the ritual square would no longer be able to convince the people of the Unripe Rice Village. However, people who could fly, were they really that simple? Saburo Nagado didn't know. He didn't know if it was because of the drunkenness. He even hoped that this mysterious foreign warrior could really do something for Unripe Rice Village. At least, it was a good thing to make Nagado Munekika wary. He didn't know if the servant was exaggerating. If not, it was probably very easy to defeat Nagado Munekika, right? Saburo Nagado shook his head and walked out of the Nagado house. He needed to wait until nightfall to personally deal with these 2 women who were willing to test the medicine. Saburo Nagado couldn't remember how many times he had done similar things. He just vaguely remembered that when he suffocated a man who fled outside the village for the first time, he was no longer himself but just a dirty tool in Nagado Munekika's hands. "Oh, today's weather seems to be good." Saburo Nagado looked up at the dazzling sunlight above his head. He couldn't help but faintly remember the past. In the past, he practiced swordsmanship with Nagado Munekika as his goal, dreaming of surpassing Nagado Munekika one day. He didn't know if he was as dazzling as the sun at noon at that time. Forget it. His hands had long become unclean. He no longer had the qualifications to mention his original ambitions. Yes, since he betrayed Nara Kamiharu and got the secret of the Nagato family, he was just a humble, selfish, and even cowardly guy. In a closed village, the speed of news transmission was very fast. Soon after, the place where the two women who tested the medicine with their own bodies lived attracted a lot of people. Among these people, most were women, and men only accounted for a small portion. But even so, this small number of men still stood in front of the women. Some of the villagers of Unripe Rice Village had long learned to forget. As long as they could forget and treat it as if it had never happened, then everything could return to normal, even if it was only once a month. But what if this curse could be lifted? Should we go in and take a look? It's almost past midnight, suggested one of them. Another guy shook his head at this time. No need. They said that if they fail, they don't want others to see them. If they succeed, they will naturally come out on their own. We should just wait patiently. Saburo Nagato was distressed. If these people kept guarding these two women, he had no chance to make a move. Now that everyone was just waiting at the door of the medicine tester, it naturally gave Saburo Nagato great convenience. He quietly climbed in from the back of the house and saw a faint fire in the bedroom. Saburo Nagato put his ear behind the door, but he didn't hear any sound. He subconsciously opened the door a little and saw that the two women who tested the medicine seemed to be asleep at this time. It stood to reason that, in this case, how could people still fall asleep? Saburo Nagato frowned, thinking that this might be because they had used the pill sent by the mysterious samurai. But this was also good. Since these two people were asleep, it was naturally much more convenient to make a move later. "I'm sorry," Saburo Nagato said silently in his heart. In fact, many times he didn't understand why he had to help Nagato Munekika. Every time he did this kind of thing, there would be a kind of pain that stabbed his heart, but at the same time, when he did this kind of thing, he could get a moment of peace. He forgot everything about himself and gave his body to the instinct of killing. It was like some soldiers on the battlefield taking some special drugs to forget the pain. Saburo Nagato finally opened the door and felt that he was really just an incompetent man. "Nagato Munekika, are you so anxious?" A voice that was neither salty nor light suddenly appeared in the room. It was a man's voice. Although Saburo Nagato had been neglected for a long time, his years of training still made him maintain an almost instinctive vigilance. "Who?" "Saburo Nagato, is this how you use to quietly kill those who don't believe in the curse? Who the hell are you?" As if opening a door that had been closed in his heart, Saburo Nagato made a low roar at the shadow in the room. "Me. Perhaps to you I'm just an illusion." "You!" In front of Saburo Nagato, a man dressed as a martial artist, but much younger than him, walked out of the corner of the room. He met this guy's gaze, but he didn't know why he couldn't look him in the eye all of a sudden. Saburo Nagato subconsciously looked away, but he suddenly moved back because this guy's appearance was too abnormal. No, he already knew the purpose of his coming here. A trace of killing intent suddenly appeared in Saburo Nagato's heart. However, this killing intent disappeared in an instant. Perhaps it was time for this sin to end, right? "You want to die, right?" "What did you say?" Saburo Nagato met the mysterious warrior's gaze again and said in a deep voice, "Who the hell are you?" "You don't have the courage to face Nara Kamiharu, even if you know that she is trapped under the dungeon of the Nagato family. Who the hell are you?" Saburo Nagato went crazy in an instant. He rushed forward and grabbed the mysterious warrior's collar with both hands. His gaze was ferocious, like an injured wild wolf hiding in a dark cave and licking its wounds. "Saburo Nagato, you don't dare to face Nara Kamiharu. You don't dare to fight against Nagato Munekika. Even the reason why you returned to Unripe Rice Village is not to recuperate. The real reason is that you are a deserter on the battlefield." Saburo Nagato was like a violent wave, and this mysterious warrior was like a breeze on the grassland. "I can give you a chance to end all of this. Are you willing?" "A chance?" Saburo Nagado suddenly stopped and took 2 steps back. He only felt pale and powerless. He smiled bitterly. You don't know. You don't know how terrifying my brother is. He is very powerful. He is so powerful that he doesn't look like a human at all. Because Nagado Munakika can't be regarded as a human. What? Saburo Nagado was taken aback. Saburo Nagado heard the mysterious warrior smile. It was a shy smile. Saburo Nagado felt incredible because this mysterious warrior was at least 27 or 28 years old according to his age. This kind of smile was like a teenager's. My name is Emo Xiaofei. What about you? Saburo Nagado. He replied faintly. Emo Xiaofei nodded. Saburo Nagado, the nightmare of unripe rice village. Are you willing to work with me to eradicate it? Saburo Nagado smiled bitterly. Eradicate? Do you know what this means? I can't, Emo Xiaofei said. You are afraid that once the people in the village know about the curse scam, the Nagado family can no longer stand in this place, right? Committing such a crime, the former glory of the Nagado family will be tarnished. I think Nagado Munakika should have used this reason to restrain you, right? Although I don't think this is the main reason. You know everything. Saburo Nagado's face was aghast. He felt that everything about him had been seen through by this mysterious warrior. There were no secrets left. It doesn't matter. What matters is whether you are willing to work with me to eradicate this nightmare. Emo Xiaofei invited again. What do you want to do? Saburo Nagado's heart suddenly pounded. It's a real reaction. If I didn't know that everything in front of me is just a memory that can't be erased in the little girl's heart, I would probably treat this as reality. Emo Xiaofei sighed slightly. Listen, I don't want to expose this scam because the truth will be unbearable for everyone. Those innocent girls, those who were full of expectations for when they grew up, would all be crushed by the truth. This truth is too cruel. I don't even know how long it will take to heal such a wound. You want to. It's not to expose it. Emo Xiaofei said softly. If you are willing to join me, then it's us. We just need to heal it. Since there is this curse, let's get rid of this curse. Emo Xiaofei said, looking at the 2 women who bravely used the pills in the room. Just wait quietly for the arrival of tomorrow, and everything will be better. Saburo Nagado's face was gloomy. He couldn't know the origin of the other party, but after careful consideration, he found that this might be the best solution. The people in the village didn't need to know the truth, but it could let them walk toward a new life and be freed from the evil clutches of Nagado Munakika. You will face my brother's wrath. You don't know how powerful he is. Saburo Nagado was still a little timid in the end. I think I can deal with him. Emo Xiaofei suddenly shook his head. Let's not talk about him. I ask you for the last time. Are you willing or not? Do you want to continue to be a drunken deserter? Or do you want to gain the courage to go to the dungeon and apologize in front of the woman you once loved? By the way, I can add one more thing. What else? Saburo Nagado asked subconsciously. Emo Xiaofei said calmly, I don't have any burden to kill you now. I've recently understood something. If you can save more people but have to sacrifice a few, it's actually quite worth it. In fact, heroes didn't need mercy. Leave kindness to the past. Then become strong. In order not to let more sadness appear, change from crawling forward to firm footsteps. Even if the road ahead was full of thorns, they had to continue to move forward step by step. Looking at Saburo Nagado, whose lips moved slightly, Emo Xiaofei suddenly took a deep breath and said loudly, Saburo Nagado, do you dare to use the 3-foot-long sword to cut off the sin of the Nagado family? Clank. Chapter 737. The wind and snow covered the sky, covering all the vitality on the plateau. All the breath of life seemed to have withered. At the bottom of a tall mountain, a figure broke through an ice wall. After the ice was broken, a dark cave entrance was revealed. The figure walked in without hesitation. Gradually, a faint light appeared in front of him. The light came from a very rare algae on the wall of the cave. The algae emitted a dim light, and the figure's appearance gradually became clearer. It was a man, but he had some physical characteristics that humans couldn't have. For example, he had a gray ear on the top of his head. Yes, there was only one ear, the left ear. As for the man's right ear, it was gone. He also carried a basket in his hand, which was casually covered with a gray cloth. At the end of the cave, it was obviously brighter, and at the end of the cave there was a huge space. A huge statue of a wolf head appeared in front of the cave. The huge wolf head statue was completely carved out of the rock wall, so it could be said to be connected with the whole mountain. There were many 3-meter-high pillars around, with braziers on them. Obviously, the braziers were lit for illumination. For the bitter cold environment on the plateau, this little bit of heat couldn't change anything. But even so, under each pillar, there were still many little guys who wanted to use it for warmth. These little guys were naked, shivering. Because of the cold, their hands and feet had already been frozen purple. The little ones huddled together to keep each other warm. The man with only one long left ear looked around at the entrance, and then quickly walked to the front of the wolf head wall sculpture. He put down the basket in his hand, lifted the cloth on it, and said indifferently, "This is the food for the next 10 days." With that, the man didn't look at these little guys anymore and walked back the way he came. In the basket there was bloody raw meat, and it was even emitting white steam. In this bitter cold weather, even sweat would be frozen into ice dregs, but the blood of the meat was still flowing. This was the flesh of a beast that had just been killed. Hearing the man's words, the group of little ones instantly gave up on the idea of getting warm and madly rushed towards the small basket. This inevitably led to some collisions and even crueler things. The man did not care about this. He walked away as if he just wanted to leave this place. However, he suddenly frowned because he felt that his leg was entangled by something. The man looked down and saw a skinny guy with a dry face. The man was displeased and said coldly, "If you want to eat, go over there. Don't expect me to pity you. The Greedy Wolf clan doesn't need trash like begging." A trace of hatred flashed through the little fellow's eyes, but she begged, "I'm fine. I beg you, send Jinlong away. My sister has been feverish since yesterday. I'm afraid of losing her. I beg you, send her away. Now that you've arrived at the Cave of Inheritance, none of you are allowed to leave until the last inheritor of the Greedy Wolf appears. All of you must stay here. I don't want her to inherit the Greedy Wolf. I just want you to send her out. I only know that she's about to die. I beg you." He painfully kowtowed in front of the man. The cold ground directly cracked his forehead. The man impatiently looked to the side of the little fellow. He saw an even skinnier little fellow leaning against a pillar. His eyes were slightly closed, and his consciousness seemed to be blurred. The man did not care. He even kicked away the little fellow who was entangled with him. "None of you are allowed to leave, even if you die. Jinlong will die." The little fellow who was kicked away at this time staggered up. His internal organs seemed to have been injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Then blame her fate. She has the qualifications to inherit, but she doesn't have the luck to experience the tribulation. Then she'll become the food of the other inheritors. She will die." The little boy roared. The man coldly said, "If you're not willing, then you can inherit the Greedy Wolf and become the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan. At that time, even if you light me up in a sky lantern, I won't complain. If you can't inherit it, then die for me." "Why do you have to be so cruel to us? For what?" The man sneered. "For the Greedy Wolf clan to still have a trace of luck to live. The life and death of you siblings is naturally not important. I swear, as long as I can or go out, I will definitely slaughter the entire Greedy Wolf clan. I will. Then I'll wait for you to come out." The man did not look again. He left here and walked out of the cave. Then he punched the entrance. The collapsed thick snow instantly sealed the entrance. In less than half a day, a thick ice wall would once again form here. Without the greedy wolf star, only the power of the greedy wolf is left. Don't blame me. If you hate me, then come out alive. I'm at your disposal. The man disappeared in the wind and snow. At the end of the cave, the little boy who fell on the ground suddenly stood up. His eyes were red, and he stared fiercely at the wolf head wall carving. His fingers suddenly turned into claws. A low and terrifying voice rose just like that. I don't care about the fate of the Greedy Wolf clan. I don't care about the survival of the Greedy Wolf clan, even more so. I only want Jinlong to live. He walked step by step to the back of those little fellows who were fighting for food. His arm that turned into a sharp claw suddenly swung down. In a moment, there were miserable screams and blood splashing everywhere. He dug out the hearts of the little fellows one by one and brought them in front of the dazed little girl. He forcefully tore open the hearts and let drops of heart blood drip into the little girl's mouth. Brother. I don't want brother. Jinlong, I won't let you die. I definitely won't. The little boy said in a low voice, Since only one can be left, I definitely won't let you die. You are actually the weakest of all the heirs, the one who was reduced to food from the beginning. Then I'll let you live to the end. Let the entire Greedy Wolf clan worship you as their master. Let those fellows sacrifice their lives for you. Let you... Brother! The moment the last heart was torn open, the little boy fiercely gritted his teeth. He waved his hand and tore open his chest, letting the blood flow out and send it into the little girl's mouth. I'll let you inherit the name of Purple Star. But don't worry, I definitely won't die. Never. One day, I'll personally slaughter all the greedy wolves. I'll come and pick you up. After sending out a trace of heart blood, the little boy kissed the little girl's forehead. Then he reluctantly walked toward the exit, staggering step by step. Drops of blood slowly dripped from a white palm. There were countless corpses around. As for these corpses, it was impossible to associate them with what kind of creatures they were when they were alive. Only a figure with a bloody palm stood among the corpses. With a head of gray hair, it turned out to be a young man with a demonic appearance. Not long after, a door suddenly opened in this place full of corpses. Another man with a gun slowly walked in. The man who came later glanced around. Has it been dealt with? As expected of Luo Bo, the name of Wolf King is really powerful. The demonic young man turned around and glanced at the man with the gun. Cook, since you're back, then Nero should be back too, right? Then I can take a break. I don't have time to deal with these failed Prometheus for her. I'm afraid your idea will fall through. The man with the gun. Cook said indifferently at this time, Nero is dead and I brought Yamato back. Dead. The demonic young man frowned, then nodded. He didn't pay attention to it anymore. He wasn't even curious about how Nero died. Forget it. Then I'll leave the work of dealing with these failures to you. Tell those guys in the 26th seat that I don't have time to waste with these failures. But if it's a finished product of the second stage, I'm interested. Cook shook his head. The finished product of the second stage is not for you to use as a sparring partner. But if you want to make a move, the next task is suitable for you. Luo Bo showed an interested expression. Cook said, Our Turkish branch in Europe was wiped out overnight. Not a single person was left alive. Oh, who was it? Cook said, I don't know the background. The 26th seat has discussed and prepared to send a divine champion to investigate this matter. According to the last news from the branch, the opponent was just a girl. A girl? Luo Bo frowned. Cook said with a dignified expression, seems like a vampire, because from the preliminary investigation, all the blood of the female body in the branch was sucked dry. But I have another guess. Let's hear it. Cook said with a dignified expression, The last time I was on a mission, I had a bad relationship with the princess of Kelowna. This time, the one who destroyed the branch may be deliberately seeking revenge. A girl who can destroy the branch alone, suspected to be a vampire, suspected to be the fallen princess of the Shenyuan royal family? Luo Bo nodded. Well, then I really should go out. No need to discuss. Just tell those old fogies that I'm going out now. Tonight is Christmas Eve, and there's a blessing event in Paradise Island. Don't you want to stay? Cook suddenly asked. Luo Bo sneered. Stay and watch your show? I'm not interested. Your Western festival is not my festival. With that said, Luo Bo raised his wrist. There was a black bracelet on his wrist. It was a communicator. Prepare a plane for me. I'm going to the Turkish branch. Not long after, a helicopter left from a small island in the ocean and flew into the clouds. The bewitching young man looked at the position where the sun rose through the window at this time and muttered to himself, Zhenlong, wait for me. Miss Tsukiheim. Inside the carriage, Tsukiheim Kondo, who had just taken a nap on the road, opened her eyes. She rubbed her eyebrows, but there was a little confusion in her eyes. Of course, she was not the real Tsukiheim Kondo mentioned by the samurai outside the carriage, Zixing. Zixing had once again fallen into the initial unripe rice village environment. What happened? I just met the girl in a white kimono at that time, and then when she woke up again, she had returned to the Kondo family's castle, returning to the beginning. Almost without any hesitation, Zixing ordered the servant to go out and rush all the way to the unripe rice village. However, she fell asleep on the way, which was something that rarely happened. However, it still happened, which made Zixing feel incredulous. In her sleep, she seemed to have experienced something from her childhood, but her impression was very vague. Since she completed the trial of the Greedy Wolf clan's Greedy Wolf inheritance and became the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, she had long become vague about what happened in the inheritance cave. The elders in the clan told her that this was because she inherited the power of the Greedy Wolf. She was no longer the former Zhenlong, but the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, living by inheriting the title of Zixing. If she can't remember, then so be it. Zixing frowned. Although she was a little concerned, she couldn't remember anything. For the current her, the most important thing was to consider how to leave Yan Wuyue's world. I don't know if Mo Xiaofei has returned here again. Zixing thought to herself, then opened the curtain and asked, How long will it take to reach the unripe rice village? Miss, we should be able to arrive before dark. And after a long night, the two women who volunteered to test the medicine walked out of their houses safe and sound. The villagers of the unripe rice village, who had been waiting all night, were so excited that they shed tears. The curse of the unripe rice village has finally been lifted. Although only the curses of these two women were broken, at least it proved that the words of the mysterious warrior yesterday were true. More importantly, this mysterious warrior was still in the village at this time. That lord, he's really a god. Yeah, our curse is finally going to be lifted. What are we waiting for? We should look for this lord immediately. Let him know our piety. Everyone, bring some people with you. As long as we sincerely plead, that Lord will definitely order us to help. 1, 2, 3, dozens of them. They formed a group. When this news spread, everyone in the unripe rice village united together and walked toward the sacrificial square. The mysterious warrior they saw yesterday had been waiting here for a long time. Mo Xiaofei looked at the respectful unripe rice villagers in front of him and said calmly, You have seen the effect. Now, can you believe me? Lord, please save us. Mo Xiaofei nodded and waved his hand. White pills flew out of his sleeve. Looking at the excitement on the faces of these women who got the pills, Mo Xiaofei couldn't help but sigh secretly. These were not magical medicines. They were just sugar balls that he casually kneaded with flour. Looking at the smiles on these people's faces when they were reborn, Mo Xiaofei suddenly had a hint of realization. Even if these people were only the manifestation of Tsuruko Nagato's memory, what was the difference between them and real people? It was better to give them false hope than to give them a heavy true wish. The villagers of the unripe rice village in the square wept with joy. Chapter 738. The rain gradually came from the horizon, and the cherry blossoms here were scattered. Without the illumination of the sun, the fluttering cherry blossom petals didn't seem so bright. Obviously, this was not a suitable time to enjoy the cherry blossoms. Mickey looked at the yellowed book lying on Yu Ye's hands. It seemed that there was still some smell of ink, but she didn't take it immediately. For Mickey, this maid who almost killed her directly, she instinctively felt some fear. At this moment, Yu Ye's polite smile made her even more confused. She didn't know much about the club from Arax. What she only knew was that Arax was very concerned about using the power of the club, and even seemed cautious. Therefore, Mickey's hesitation at the moment was not unreasonable. She frowned, looked at Luaccio, and was silent for a long time. Story? What story? You'll know when you see it, Luaccio calmly said. In fact, the ending hasn't been written yet. If you don't give me some advice. By the way, this is Arax's box. After you read it, we'll carry out the transaction, okay? Mickey frowned again. She flipped her palm, and a ball of light appeared in her palm. When this ball of light appeared, it didn't stop. Instead, another ball of light floated out from her palm, and then a third one. Then, at an incredible speed, more light balls continued to emerge from Mickey's palm, and they quickly merged into the first light ball. After 7 or 8 seconds, Mickey's face showed a touch of fatigue. She sighed and sent this thing out. 1/3 the agreed amount. Please accept it. Boss Luo sent the box to Mickey, and at the same time, the light ball containing a large number of true souls slowly came to him. Mickey hugged the box with both hands, and her expression slightly relaxed. She looked down, rubbed her palms on the old leather, and showed a smile. Luaccio saw a smile on Mickey's face for the first time, and looked at her with interest. After a while, Mickey put the box away, and then looked at Yi. After a little hesitation, she finally took the book. She didn't open it immediately, seeming to be thinking about something. This is written by her? Almost. Boss Luo nodded. I continued some. But basically, it was written according to her idea. Of course. I'm not her. Really? Mickey nodded, and suddenly said with a cold expression, In this case, there's no need to read it. I know what's written in this book. I've always been by her side, but she never saw me. She thought she couldn't see me. Luo nodded and suddenly asked, Were you not satisfied from the beginning? Mickey shook her head. With a flip of her hand, the book was lit up with a cyan demon fox fire. It's not a question of satisfaction. There's no need to read it again. Looking at the book being burned by the demon fox's fire, Luo stood indifferently. It wasn't that he didn't care about the survival of the book. It was just that under the burning of the demon fox's fire, the book didn't ignite. Huh. Mickey looked at it with slight surprise, then frowned. She increased the temperature of the demon's fire, but she couldn't make it really burn. She glanced at Luaccio, then snorted coldly. She grabbed it directly with both hands, intending to tear it. But what made Mickey even angrier was that she couldn't tear it. Are you showing off your power? Mickey narrowed her eyes. Luaccio shook his head. It's just because I have to give it to someone else in the end. If it's destroyed here by Miss Mickey, it's not good. Someone else? Mickey frowned, seeming to be thinking. Then she suddenly looked at Inuyasha, who had been absorbed by the roots of the cherry tree, and said disdainfully, Him? Then you can be disappointed. He will only become my nourishment and will never wake up again. In this case, it's the same in the hands of Miss Mickey. Luaccio smiled slightly. Then I won't bother you. With that, after Mickey's incredible gaze, Boss Luo took the servant girl and Taisetsu and left calmly. Mickey had an impulse to keep these 3 guys. If she could absorb these 3 guys, wouldn't the cherry blossom tree grow to another stage again? Knowing that Luaccio and the other 2 had left completely, Mickey still didn't make a move. Somehow, she even breathed a sigh of relief. She felt relaxed because she didn't make a move. Carrying the box, Mickey came to the side of Arax, who was healing. She put the box in Arax's arms and sat down, staring at Erex's face. She was in a daze, but she suddenly frowned and subconsciously glanced at the book that was casually put down next to her. After hesitating for a while, Mickey took a deep breath and went over. She laid the book flat on her lap and finally turned to the first page. I have finished with you. You can't affect me. Frost Moon, yeah. The Nagato family ushered in a new life. It's a girl named Tsuruko. The news that the 2 women who tested the medicine were safe and sound and survived the last day of the month not only spread throughout Unripe Rice Village at the fastest speed, but it also spread to the Nagato family. Naturally, it also reached the ears of Nagato Munekika. The Nagato family also had many maids. They naturally yearned for the magic medicine that could lift the curse. It was just that the family rules of the Nagato family were very strict. If the master did not speak for a day, the women in the family could only hold back. I heard that the mysterious samurai has begun to distribute the magic medicine. Yeah, if we can get one. I just don't know why the master. Since this morning, the master doesn't seem to have left the yard. Master Saburo, did any of you see him? The master said that if we see Master Saburo, we should inform Master Saburo. The master wants to see him. There was a lot of discussion in the Nagato family. In the courtyard of the old house where Nagato Munekika lived, Nagato Munekika, who looked to be in his 50s, was sitting upright at this time. He was playing chess at this time. The black and white chess pieces had formed a killing situation on the chessboard mountain. However, his opponent was not Shinji Nagato, who was sitting in front of him. Nagato Munekika's opponent was actually himself. Shinji Nagato watched Nagato Munekika put down another white chess piece, making the entire chess game more unpredictable. If it were normal times, he would be very interested in watching this chess game. But now Shinji Nagato seemed a little absent-minded. Father, is it possible that the mysterious samurai knows about the dungeon? Nagato Munekika waved his hand, which was a gesture to silence Shinji Nagato. Nagato Munekika grabbed a black chess piece again and let it land in a place that made the chess game more chaotic. After a long time, Shinji Nagato finally couldn't help it again. Father, tell me about it. Saburo hasn't come back yet. Nagato Munekika suddenly stopped, looked at Shinji Nagato and asked. Shinji Nagato could only shake his head. Early in the morning, no one has seen Uncle Saburo. It is said that Uncle Saburo did not come back after going out yesterday. Yeah. Nagato Munekika nodded. Let the people in the family who want to get the medicine go get the medicine by themselves. Father, but in this case our long-term efforts are... Shinji Nagato was worried. Besides, the origin of the mysterious samurai is really... It's okay. Nagato Munekika said calmly, I don't believe he will stay here all the time. As for the magic medicine that can break the curse, I don't believe it at all. Only we know whether this curse exists or not. If that guy saw something, he could just say it directly. There's no need to do this. But he actually said that he would give the so-called magic medicine. This is interesting. Father, are you saying that this guy has other intentions? Shinji Nagato was shocked because according to what the servant who went to inquire yesterday said when he came back, the mysterious samurai was not immortal. Then, what is his real purpose? Although the servant who inquired yesterday came back with a report, after all, you and I were not at the scene in person. Nagato Munekika thought and said, there is no way to investigate the authenticity, but what is his intention? It will be exposed sooner or later. It's better to stay still. Shinji, tell the people in the family that if anyone wants to get the so-called magic medicine, then go ahead. It's best to get one more back, and let me see. When Shinji heard this, he suddenly looked up at Nagato Munekika. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but he heard the voice of a servant outside the door. Master Saburo is back. Nagato Munekika did not put a white chess piece down, but directly put it back into the chess box. He said in a deep voice, then let him come to see me. Master Saburo not only came back by himself, but he was also accompanied by another man who seemed to be a samurai. In the Nagato family, only one person went to the ritual square yesterday to inquire, so the rest of the people had not seen the appearance of this mysterious samurai. However, some people already had guesses in their hearts. The servant conveyed Nagato Munikika's intention. Saburo Nagato looked at Emo Xiaofei at this time and said, "You wait here first. There are some things that I want to say when I face my brother in person. I plan to face him alone." "Okay." Emo Xiaofei didn't hesitate too much and nodded directly after hearing the words. After that, Saburo Nagato left directly. Emo Xiaofei meditated here alone, closing his eyes to rest. This was where Saburo Nagato lived. He used to live here with Haru Narakami. Suddenly a woman's voice came. Miss Tsuruko, where are you?" This is Ashio's voice. Emo Xiaofei did not forget the conversation with this maid in the woodshed. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, and he finally shook his head. At this time, the door outside was slowly pushed open. A little girl was looking with her eyes wide open, seemingly puzzled. She didn't understand why a stranger would appear here. "We meet again." Emo Xiaofei smiled at the little girl and said softly, "Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you this time. I also apologize for what happened last time." The little girl was still puzzled. Chapter 739. With the majestic samurai leading the way, a luxurious carriage slowly drove into the unripe rice village. These were the people of Princess Tsukiheim of the Kondo family. As the samurai said, before dark, Zixing successfully arrived at the unripe rice village and stayed in the Nagato family. The Nagato family all went out to greet them. This was the same situation that Zixing encountered before. However, after waiting quietly in the Nagato family for a long time, she never saw Emo Xiaofei appear. This made Zixing speculate one thing. This time, I am afraid that I and Emo Xiaofei are not arranged to be in the same unripe rice village. Will I reincarnate countless times in this unripe rice village like Emo Xiaofei? Zixing recalled the steps of letting the unripe rice village go to the fourth day over and over again. But what surprised her was that with Emo Xiaofei next to her, she found that these steps seemed to be difficult to carry out. First of all, with her current ability, there was no way to bring Saburo Nagato into the dungeon. The master of the Nagato family, said that because of the sudden incident he had no time to prepare. However, he tried his best to prepare food for you. He asked if you can leave now. The maid outside the door said softly at this time. Hearing the maid's voice, Zixing's heart moved, and she ordered the maid to walk in. Soon after, a figure wearing a maid's clothes left with her head lowered while the Nagato family's samurai guarding outside was not paying attention. When the sky was completely dark, the lights in the Nagato family's new house were lit up. The woman in the maid's clothes quietly sneaked into the Nagato family's old house. This person was Zixing after exchanging identities with the maid. The reason why she did this was nothing more than to see if the reincarnation conditions were the same when she came to this unripe rice village alone. This time, she needed to explore alone. Without any obstruction, Madame Purple Star easily opened the entrance to the dungeon. As for the guy who was ordered by Nagato Munikika to guard outside, he was easy to deal with. She finally recovered a little bit of demon beast power this time. It was not much, but it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. Since Zixing encountered the girl in a white kimono in the destruction of the last unripe rice village, she had been unconscious. She could not learn more things. The reason why she came to this dungeon alone this time was just a subconscious behavior. She did not go in the direction of the Longevity Underground Palace, but went directly to the place where Narakami-chan was imprisoned. Narakami-chan was almost the same as Zixing's impression. He was still crazy. Zixing looked at Narakami-haru in front of the cell for a while and pondered for a while. Finally, she seemed to have made a decision. She suddenly reached out and knocked on the fence in front of the cell. The voice made Narukami-chan react a little, and he slowly raised his head. Zixing looked at Narukami-chan, and, "Is Narukami Munakika? Narukami Naru. Narukami. Is Narukami Naru her demon beast power suddenly recovered a little during the second reincarnation, but it did not recover much now. Perhaps it had something to do with the state of the person or object that made her fall into the illusion. For example, if the caster was weak or distracted by other things, the control of the illusion would naturally be weakened. As for the fact that she could only recover a little, it was probably because she was seriously injured before entering Yan Wuyue's world. Zixing's pupils suddenly shimmered. At this moment, she was performing a secret technique of the Greedy Wolf clan. To put it bluntly, it was a means similar to hypnosis. Of course, it was much more advanced than ordinary hypnosis. "Look at me, Narukami-chan," Zixing called in a low voice at this time, and she always paid attention to the surroundings, for fear that she would trigger some kind of rule and reset the time. "Look at me. Narukami-chan." When Haru Narukami's empty eyes became even more empty, Madame Purple Star nodded. She knew that her spell was successful. Zixing endured the tingling of her soul caused by the secret technique with a little demon beast power, and quickly asked, "Narukami-chan, tell me, what is so special about Chizuko Nagato? Why do you hate her like this?" Narukami-chan's expression suddenly became struggling. Zixing could only grit her teeth at this time and continue to strengthen the effect of the secret technique. Finally, Narukami-chan slowly said, "She is a monster that Nagato Munakika used the demon fox's flesh and blood to implant into my body and let me give birth to her. I am the last descendant of the Narukami family, a Yin-yang master who sought the fox demon. The fox demon's soul has been sealed in my body. What Nagato Munakika wanted was a complete fox demon that belonged to him alone." Hearing this, Zixing took a deep breath suddenly. "Is the fox demon that your ancestors sought for called you, Sanyang?" Narukami-chan slowly said, "I don't know. My ancestor has very few records about the fox demon. When I was young, the Narukami family had already declined. I know very little about this. However, the Nagato family should have a lot of records. Otherwise, the Nagato family would not have mastered this method of using the fox demon's heart. Has the fox demon's soul sealed in your body been transferred to Chizuko Nagato?" Narukami-chan showed a painful expression, but in the end, under Zixing's gaze, he nodded. Zixing remembered the content recorded on the rubbing that a servant of the Nagato family found for her when time was reset last time. She asked coldly, "Do you know the key?" "What key?" "Door of Penglai." Zixing's voice was calm, but she seemed extremely tired and hurried. Narukami-chan shook his head blankly. At this time, Zixing only felt a burst of dizziness. She had experienced this feeling before. That was the moment when time was reset. Can I only do it again? Zixing gradually lost consciousness. When she woke up in the next second, she only felt a bump in her body. She was already in a carriage. "Miss, at the current speed, we should be able to reach Unripe Rice Village before dark." What was Chizuko Nagato thinking at this time? Oh, she was probably wondering why this warrior, who seemed to be in dire straits, would say such a thing. She couldn't read more from this samurai's face and eyes. For her, most of her knowledge was taught by Ashio. She couldn't remember if her mother had taught her anything because the memory of her mother had slowly faded away. As for the place where Narukami-chan lived, would it occasionally stimulate some of her memories? Chizuko Nagato didn't know. The only thing she could be sure of was that she was born in this place. "Who are you?" It was a very soft and immature voice, but it didn't seem to be afraid. Chizuko Nagato even walked into the room step by step. Curiously looking at this downed samurai, "Do I know you? Why do you know my name?" Emo Xiaofei shook his head. "You don't know me and I don't know you, but at least we have met and experienced some things together." Chizuko Nagato tilted her head, obviously unable to understand the meaning of this sentence. Mo Xiaofei whispered, "Even if this is just the thing you don't want to remember the most, even if this is an unreal place, I hope you can—" "What can I do?" Chizuko Nagato couldn't hear the end, because the samurai in front of her suddenly stood up and walked outside, leaving only such a sentence. "Don't tell anyone that you have seen me." He left through the window from Chizuko Nagato's eyes. Chizuko Nagato was puzzled to see the samurai disappear. At this time, Ashio's voice came. "Miss Chizuko, you are here. You scared me. Remember not to run around next time, okay?" Ashio, read to me." The young maidservant was not beautiful. At this time, Chizuko Nagato pulled her to her body and let her sit in her arms. Ashio opened the koji that Chizuko Nagato regarded as a treasure. She was a little worried. Her knowledge of words was limited, but thinking that this was Miss Chizuko's most anticipated time of the day, Ashio gritted her teeth and read the word she could recognize. Frog something pond. And this is a pond, right? Then something sounds. And that's about it. Miss Chizuko, do you understand? Ashio, you are so stupid. I'm sorry. Mo Xiaofei did not go far. He just left through the window, but he was still hiding outside. Looking at this scene between Ashio and Chizuko Nagato, Mo Xiaofei just smiled. He then quickly left this place. It was time to see Saburo Nagato and Nagato Munekika. He did not want Saburo Nagato to encounter the terrifying Nagato Munekika directly. Before seeing Nagato Munekika, Saburo Nagato thought that his brother would at least show a trace of anger, but he was a little disappointed in the end. Looking at Nagato Munekika's grayish-white and black hair, Saburo Nagato suddenly became quiet. There were only the two brothers here. As for Shinji Nagato, he was here at the beginning, but Nagato Munekika sent him away early. Nagato Munekika sat quietly for a while before saying, "Saburo, aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Saburo Nagato said calmly, "Brother, what kind of explanation do you want me to give you?" This is not like the usual Saburo Nagato Munekika thought, but Nagato Munekika was still patient. His patience had always been very good. "Saburo, you know what I want to hear. Why didn't you get rid of the two women who tested the medicine? Instead, you let them walk into the villagers' site. Is this related to the mysterious samurai?" Saburo Nagato nodded. "Have you seen him? And you have already spoken to him?" Nagato Munekika's gaze focused. This was Saburo Nagato's fearful gaze. There were so many things contained in this gaze that Saburo Nagato could hardly bear it. The majesty of the Nagato family's master, the power of the elder brother, teasing and so on. "Yes, but I have already seen him." Saburo Nagato lowered his gaze and said slowly, "The samurai knows that the curse doesn't exist. Those so-called magical medicines are just things made of flour and sugar. They have no effect. But who knows? After all, the two women who tested the medicine survived the last day of their month. Give me an explanation." Nagato Munekika shook his head. "Saburo, I don't want to waste too much time on you. Tell me, have you found that little bit of pitiful self-esteem and intend to deal with me with this samurai? Since you came in, I saw the hatred in your eyes. Just as you said, brother." Saburo Nagato became calmer and calmer. "You should die on the battlefield. This is the best ending for you." Nagato Munekika shook his head again. "I don't know what method the samurai used to know the secret of the unripe rice village's curse. I am not interested in knowing what kind of agreement you have with this samurai. Brother finally can't help it. Are you going to attack me?" Saburo Nagato sneered, then shook his head dully. "In fact, I shouldn't make fun of you, and I don't have such qualifications. Although you lured me to do the kind of thing that I did to Haru back then, at least it proves that I am too incompetent. But you can rest assured, brother, I will carry your head in front of Haru to atone for my sins." "With just you?" Nagato Munakika also sneered and remained motionless. And the secret of the Nagato family's swordsmanship that you secretly learned from Shinji? Killing my brother is a crime of treason, after all. Saburo Nagato slowly stood up and locked his gaze on Nagato Munakika. So I am prepared to die. If I can kill my brother, I will commit seppuku in front of Haru later. If I am no match for elder brother, then I ask elder brother to scatter my ashes under the cherry blossom tree in Hichan's courtyard. Seeing that you also have the blood of the Nagato family, I promise you. Nagato Munakika closed his eyes. Clank, the sound of a sword being drawn. But this sword was obviously no longer sharp, and there were some rusty spots on the blade. Since returning, Saburo Nagato had not taken good care of this sword. He vaguely remembered that this was the sword he took from Nagato Munakika before he went to war. It was almost one of the best swords in the Nagato family. It should have been inherited by Shinji. This was the prop exchanged with Narukami Haru. Die! Saburo Nagato erupted with an amazing momentum. This was something he had never had on the battlefield. The rusty sword slashed toward Nagato Munakika's neck forcefully. What Saburo Nagato didn't expect was that his brother didn't dodge, nor did he even think about blocking it. The blade directly touched Nagato Munakika's neck, but at this time it couldn't cut in half. It was as if it was cutting a hard rock. How is it possible? Saburo Nagato's eyes were full of disbelief. Now, you should know the gap between you and me. Nagato Munakika sneered. Behind him, a tail quietly appeared. Nagato Munakika grabbed the blade of Saburo Nagato's sword with one hand and used a little force to break the blade directly. I will mix your ashes into the soil and use it to expand the longevity dungeon. A dash! Saburo Nagato yelled violently. I said, you don't have that kind of strength. Nagato Munakika shook his head and stretched out his hand. The gap between you and me is like heaven and earth. You will never win against me. What if you count me in? What if you count me in? Nagato Munakika just felt that his whole body became extremely heavy, as if a mountain was pressing on his body. The moment the voice appeared out of thin air, his body was directly pressed to the ground. Bang dash! His knees hit the ground. If it weren't for the soft tatami, his bones would have been shattered. Bang dash! Nagato Munakika's body once again endured more pressure at this moment. His body was directly pressed to the ground, and he couldn't move. He raised his head firmly and saw a destitute samurai pushing the door open at this time and slowly walking in. Sorry, I just learned this ability. I didn't control it well. The destitute samurai said calmly, I call it gravity. But I once used it to destroy unripe rice village. It's appropriate to use it against you now. Who are you? Nagato Munakika gritted his teeth and squeezed out a voice. His body struggled frantically at the same time. A person who is motivated by interest and aspires to be a hero. But this road is really difficult. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out in front of him. Munakika! Chapter 740. Screams sounded. The broken blade still had the ability to hurt people, let alone the blade under Emo Xiaofei's gravity buff. However, Saburo Nagato did not know that the moment he inserted the blade into Nagato Munakika's back, he did not rely on his own strength. Warm blood sputtered out and stained Saburo Nagato's face. He stopped like this, maintaining this only posture, motionless. Saburo Nagato had been in the army for several years. He had learned many killing techniques in the army. This blade directly penetrated Nagato Munakika's heart from the back. Not only that, but Saburo Nagato also stirred the blade forcefully, directly twisting Nagato Munakika's heart apart. You incompetent man! It's impossible to kill! Nagato Munakika's hand was raised, but it was quickly pressed down again. In the end, there was no movement. However, his eyes were wide open, seemingly unwilling. Saburo Nagato knew what Nagato Munekika wanted to say in the end without even hearing it. He suddenly reached out and touched the blood on his face. He was confused. I killed him. I really killed him, my brother? Yes, you successfully killed him, said Emo Xiaofei calmly, this guy who dominated your Nagato family and made you live in pain. Saburo Nagato, you personally freed the Nagato family from Nagato Munekika's hands. Saburo Nagato was silent for a long time and finally shook his head. No matter what, I am already a sinner who killed my brother. There is no way to be relieved of the sin on me. At this time, Emo Xiaofei suddenly walked to Nagato Munekika's side and lifted Nagato Munekika's corpse. Saburo Nagato frowned and said, "What do you want to do?" For the time being, we can't expose the fact that Nagato Munekika is dead, Emo Xiaofei said solemnly. Or do you think that only Nagato Munekika's death can completely solve the curse of unripe rice village? Saburo Nagato's face was pale. It was unknown whether it was the paleness after killing or the pain of facing this curse. I am also an accomplice of this curse. What do you want me to do? Let the person who knows this secret keep this secret forever. Emo Xiaofei took a deep breath and said, "Only when this secret is never solved can the curse of unripe rice village be lifted. Only then can the women of unripe rice village have the courage to live. Saburo Nagato, let this dirty curse be buried under your Nagato family mansion forever." Saburo Nagato was startled and finally sighed. He understood the samurai's meaning. Only the dead would not reveal the secret. In the Nagato family, except for the dead Nagato Munekika and himself, there was only one person left who knew. That was Shinji Nagato. I'm already a sinner who killed my brother. Saburo Nagato looked at Emo Xiaofei and whispered, I don't care about one more charge of killing my nephew. Emo Xiaofei did not say anything. Whether it was him or Saburo Nagato, the nature was the same. After a long time in the unripe rice village, some of his thoughts had changed. Emo Xiaofei couldn't tell whether this change was good or bad. He only understood that there was nothing perfect in this world. If it was incomplete, someone would have to bear the burden. He began to feel that there was a good saying, and he felt the same way. The reason why you can't see the darkness is that someone is blocking the darkness for you. I will deal with Nagato Munekika's body, Emo Xiaofei said calmly. You deal with the Nagato family's matter. I believe that you are still sober if you are not drunk. With that said, Emo Xiaofei directly lifted Nagato Munekika's body, skillfully opened the mechanism leading to the dungeon, and walked directly into it. Looking at this scene, a trace of doubt flashed in Saburo Nagato's eyes. How can this mysterious guy be so familiar with the Nagato family and everything in unripe rice village? But now, there was no time for him to think about this. Saburo Nagato took a deep breath, wiped the blood with a cloth, and turned to leave. Emo Xiaofei carried Nagato Munekika's body all the way until he came to the end of a passage below the dungeon. At this time, Nagato Munekika's body suddenly underwent a strange change. His flesh began to crack, and some squirming granulation seemed to want to drill out of Nagato Munekika's body. What a tenacious vitality! No wonder the fox demon's heart can still survive after so many years. Emo Xiaofei shook his head. Unfortunately, all of this has long ceased to exist. No matter how tenacious your vitality is, it is only in Chizuko Nagato's nightmare. Disappear. Gravity descended. The granulation that drilled out, together with Nagato Munekika's body, was directly turned into a mass of meat paste. Emo Xiaofei's face was a little pale at this time. He would never have thought of such a cruel method in the past. But since he had already decided to be the person who blocked the darkness, he had to be strong. As long as his heart remained unchanged, these were external methods. Finally, after Emo Xiaofei finished dealing with Nagato Munekika's body, he directly opened the door of the fox demon's heart that the Nagato family had been keeping. Everything in the stone room was no different from the last time he came with Xuefeng. The only difference was that this time the goddess who was being devoured was not present. Mo Xiaofei walked to the square pool where the black mud substance was. He grabbed with his palm, and a huge, beating heart slowly flew out of the square pool. Explode! Boom! The heart exploded in an instant, turning into a large amount of minced meat. And Mo Xiaofei watched the flesh fall to the ground and eventually lose its vitality. Only then did he completely destroy everything here. He looked at the place that the Nagato family had worked hard to build for several generations, or even more than a dozen generations. In the end, he completely destroyed the mechanism at the entrance. I hope Saburo Nagato can really do it. Mo Xiaofei muttered to himself. He did not leave this dungeon immediately. It was not difficult to send medicine to the women of Unripe Rice Village. Instead, he walked toward the place where Narukami-chan was imprisoned. And Mo Xiaofei felt that he needed to take another look at this tragic woman. The only thing he didn't know was whether or not the conditions for resetting would be triggered again, and everything would return to how it was at the beginning. Ashio is actually so tired that she fell asleep. Miki didn't know why, but when she saw this, she smiled slightly. It was a knowing smile, but when she realized that she was laughing, Miki immediately closed the book in her hand. "Don't disturb me!" She threw the book to the ground forcefully. With a flip of her palm, the fire of the bewitching fox emerged. But after thinking about it, Miki finally squatted down and silently picked up the book. This time, she didn't continue to look. Instead, she frowned and sneered. No wonder Sir Erex is so fond of him. Just a little carelessness, and he's done so many things. Miki's face suddenly became ugly. She understood that after reading the book, her management of all nightmares in her body was a little relaxed. Suddenly, Miki sighed. Now that Yen Viue had become a part of her, it didn't matter what happened in the nightmare. If a person like you really came to Unripe Rice Village, then there wouldn't be so many. Miki shook her head. It's futile. She walked slowly to Erex's side. Erex was still entangled by the roots, slowly absorbing the power of the nightmare to heal, but he did not wake up. Miki was not too anxious. She just leaned on his chest with a calm face. But Miki soon opened her eyes, because she felt that Erex was moving. "Lord Erex, you woke up," Miki said happily. Erex reached out and touched the box beside him. "Miki, put the box," she brought back here. He sighed, but he still didn't open his eyes. "Miki, it's been hard on you." "My lord, your eyes." Miki frowned. Erex shook his head and said, "Being plotted against by Hakata, it doesn't seem to be so easy to heal. But it doesn't matter. When one's strength reached this level, one could no longer see everything with the naked eye. What's more, he was a monster that ate dreams. His need for eyes was naturally lower. Although Yen Wuyue's world is only a fragment world, Izanami has managed it well. There should be some spiritual objects born here. Maybe they can heal you. Let me search for them," Miki said quickly. Erex shook his head and said, "Don't waste it. The spiritual objects of the fragment world and true souls won't be reborn. The growth limit of this fragment world is here. What's more, you have paid me a lot of true souls, which has seriously consumed the origin of this fragment world. If it consumes more, it will only make its rules decline. Then the loss outweighs the gain." He raised his head facing Miki and said softly, "Besides, even if I can't see, can you be my eyes?" "I'm your eyes. Your only eyes. Can you fully control Yenwiwa now?" Erex asked suddenly. Miki said, "I'm afraid it will take some time. I need to digest all the ownership slowly. And Yen Wuyue's true soul has been absorbed into my nightmare world. It's a false soul born here. We now have an endless source of nightmare power. Nightmare-eating Taper ate all the dreams in the world. But under normal circumstances, people would only have dreams when they were sleeping. But the situation in Yen Wuyue's world was different now. All the creatures here were swallowed into the cherry blossom tree to sleep. It meant that they were in a dream all the time. They kept dreaming, and the power of the dream was endlessly produced. For Erex, who was the main body of nightmare eating taper, and Mickey, who was the container, it was equivalent to an infinite power extractor. As for the fragment of Yen Wuyua's world, it was naturally a rare treasure. Erex knew that the club was naturally very happy that he could use this fragment to buy something. Then temporarily seal Yen Wuyue and eject the human consciousness of the main world. Erex nodded. In addition, send out Mo Xiaofei, Zixing, and Juefeng's souls. Master, Mo Xiaofei is the best source of the best. Isn't it a pity to give it up like this? As for the remaining Juefeng and Zixing, there's not much difference. Mickey was a little reluctant. Erex shook his head and said, Mo Xiaofei's soul has already been marked by the club. His soul belongs to the club. If I keep it for myself, I won't have a good time in the future. As for Juefeng's situation, it's similar. I'm afraid he has also made a deal with the club. As for the remaining Zixing, she can stay, but the relationship between her and Mo Xiaofei and Juefeng is not ordinary. Rather than bringing potential trouble, it's better to eject them all. Mickey was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, I control Yen Wuyue and become the master of the fragment world. But when I face the maid named Yu Yi, I still fear her. Master Erex, what is she? Yu Yi. Erex sighed and shook his head. She's the saint who holds the flag of freedom. In the words of the main world, she's the saint who still enjoys the belief of at least one country. Not to mention you. Even if it's me, as long as she's serious, we can't deal with it. However, she won't be our enemy. To be exact, she and the club will never be hostile to anyone. So, as long as it's within the rules, there's nothing to worry about. What about outside the rules? Mickey asked subconsciously. It's the rules, Erex said indifferently. That boss. The only spokesperson, Erex said indifferently. In this world, if the spokesperson of the club doesn't give up on himself, he can be immortal in the true sense. Immortal, he's already a real god, Mickey said in horror. Erex shook his head. God is just a creature that's stronger and luckier. Don't think too highly of it. You control Yen Wuyue, so you're already a god. Let's not talk about this. Eject the main world's human consciousness as soon as possible. The main world will instinctively recover the world fragments. Each of these main worlds' human consciousness has the mark of the main world's origin. After a long time, the main world's origin will feel that it's lost fragments. Then, we'll lose more than we gain. Or, the main world's origin has already noticed it, but it hasn't taken action yet. This time, absorbing the main world's human consciousness through the movie, I'm too eager for quick success. However, high risks are also high returns. Now it seems that it's worth it. Mickey, I need to continue to sleep and absorb the power of the dream world to restore myself. I'll leave the rest to you. Before he fell asleep, Erex held the old box and was once again absorbed by the roots of the cherry tree, which could now be called a divine tree, and slowly sank into the huge trunk. Shrine, the shrine where the young witch had been staying. Now that the young priestess had died, the shrine had become a bit more desolate. Miss Maid was sweeping the shrine's courtyard with a broom. She seemed to be familiar with it. She swept the fallen leaves into a pile and then lit it. Yen Wuyue's world seemed to be unusually peaceful, because this world could almost be said to be asleep. Taisetsu looked at the bonfire and suddenly threw a few pieces of sweet potatoes into the fire. Then he asked, "There's a share for you. Don't worry." Yuyi just smiled, then turned and walked towards the shrine's main hall. Luaccio was in the shrine's main hall, in front of something enshrined in the main hall. An old brocade box. This brocade box had the strange power to purify the bloodline of monsters in the Yen Wuyue's world in recent years. Boss Luo opened the brocade box and looked at the thing inside. He muttered, between the dream and reality, "Will there be an extra part of this thing?" Master, it's done. Miss Maid walked over slowly. Chapter 741. After Erex fell into a deep sleep again to heal his wounds, Yenwiwa fell into a dead silence again. Mickey wouldn't go against Erex's orders. If he said to eject the human consciousness in the main world, then she would eject these human consciousness one by one without reservation. It didn't take much time to prepare to eject the human consciousness, but Mickey stopped at the last step and seemed to hesitate. She glanced at the book handed over by Luaccio and opened it again. What is the ending you want? Such thoughts flashed in her mind, and then she muttered to herself, if I don't control it, what is the ending brought by Emo Xiaofei? In the world of Yenwiwa, who had fallen into a deep sleep, there was only the sound of turning the book at this moment. There was no difficulty in destroying the true secret of the Nagato family. Emo Xiaofei came to the place where Nara Kamiharu was imprisoned, and there was no obstruction. Emo Xiaofei suddenly had a hunch that even if he met Nara Kamiharu again this time, there would not be a time reset. He couldn't tell what the basis of this hunch was. Perhaps it was because of the enhancement of his superpower, the sixth sense or something. Emo Xiaofei wasn't very clear about what happened to him. If he could go back, he would ask his teacher. Now, the final outcome was, Nara Kamiharu, can you hear me? Looking at the woman who was imprisoned in the dungeon all year round and had a tragic fate, to be honest, Emo Xiaofei's feelings had changed from the initial anger to pity, then numbness. Finally, he couldn't describe his feelings. Apart from the secret of the fox demon, what happened to Nara Kamiharu was the dirty agreement between Nagato Saburo and Nagato Munekika. Nara Kamiharu was still motionless. Perhaps her current appearance was not much better than being dead. In fact, you could have chosen to resist at the beginning. Emo Xiaofei shook his head. Maybe if you resisted and even left the Nagato family, there wouldn't be so many things later. Sadly, you resigned yourself to it all the way. He began to talk. Emo Xiaofei began to say something that had been stuck in his heart for a long time. At this time, he didn't care whether Nara Kamiharu listened to him or not, nor did he care whether the time would reset or not. He simply sat down and leaned against the fence that imprisoned Nara Kamiharu. He whispered, I once synchronized with your daughter, Tsuruko's spirit, and experienced her pain at that time. To be honest, I don't want to experience that kind of despair again. Emo Xiaofei mocked himself in a low voice and forced a smile. I'm not as strong as I thought. He turned his neck and glanced at Haru Narakami behind him. He found that she didn't move, as if she really didn't hear anything. He looked at the dark corridor in front of him again. Emo Xiaofei sighed. In fact, I kind of understand why I was sent back to the time when I first entered the unripe rice village, when I discovered your existence. It's because, in Tsuruko's heart, perhaps you are the source of all this. I think in Tsuruko's subconscious mind, she would think that if you resisted Nagato Saburo and Nagato Munekika, she would not be born. In fact, have you ever thought of resisting? There was no movement behind him, but Emo Xiaofei sat more and more relaxed, as if he was talking to an old friend who had known him for many years. In fact, there should be, right? There must be. If it were the modern world I live in, I'm afraid it would not be as simple as resisting. But in fact, even in the modern society that flaunts civilization, I think there will be a situation like you when this happens. Emo Xiaofei shook his head again. He knew that his self-talk was a little deceptive, and he suddenly felt a little bored. His heart was not in a mess, but when he thought of this kind of social consciousness, the problem of male and female rights, which could not be solved for thousands of years, he felt a headache. Tsuruko Nagato doesn't have much memory of you. Emo Xiaofei suddenly said, so you are in this state. In her nightmare, Nagato Munekika is dead. He was killed by Saburo Nagato. Of course, I helped him on the sly. These two men ruined your life. Saburo Nagato intends to atone for his sins. If you are sober and not crazy, you may not be willing to give this opportunity. But I gave it to you. I think I am merciful. However, For those who can still be saved, can I be more tolerant? I think it's possible. The curse of unripe rice village will be lifted soon. I have also made the secret of the Nagato families secret forever. In fact, after saying so much, I just want to say one thing. Reason tells me that maybe it's best if you never leave here and don't appear in front of Tsuruko Nagato in this nightmare. Not only you, but also everything in this dungeon. Do you understand what I mean? Emo, Xiaofei turned his head to look at Haru Narukami and found that she still lowered her head and was extremely quiet. Emo Xiaofei sighed. Even if it's just in this dream, can I bury all of this with my own hands? Although it was only in a dream, what was the difference between such a dream and reality? What was done, no matter what the circumstances were. He would not give himself any excuse. Emo Xiaofei suddenly stood up. I will bury all of this with my own hands. Letting a 6-year-old child destroy the place where she grew up with her own hands is something she can't bear. He walked slowly toward the corridor and gradually left. His voice gradually faded away. Even if it's only once, if such a nightmare can be woken up and develop in a good direction. Even if it's only once. To Emo Xiaofei's surprise, when he came out of the dungeon, Saburo Nagato was already sitting calmly in front of the entrance of the dungeon. In Nagato Munekika's bedroom. Saburo Nagato's sitting posture was very straight. In front of him, there was a square brocade box. Emo Xiaofei's eyelids twitched slightly. He already had some guesses about what was in this brocade box. Saburo Nagato's face was so silent that it was even a little scary. What's inside? Emo Xiaofei still asked out of curiosity. Shinji's head. Saburo Nagato's face was like stagnant water without any ripples. He doesn't know who killed him. I sneak attacked from behind. It's not like a samurai should be open and above board. But it's okay because I don't deserve the title of samurai since a few years ago. What are you going to do next? Are you going to see Narukami Haru? Emo Xiaofei was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, I'll cooperate with you fully. Saburo Nagato said calmly, after everything is over, I will go to the dungeon in front of Haru. Emo Xiaofei nodded. In addition to Nagato Munekika and Saburo Nagato, the Nagato family also had a second daughter and son-in-law. These two also had descendants. In addition, there were some elders and collateral relatives in the Nagato family. There were a lot of things to deal with. First of all, Emo Xiaofei felt that to be on the safe side, those elders of the Nagato family should also be investigated to ensure that no one knew the true secret of the Nagato family. In these 2 days, help me distribute the medicine. Emo Xiaofei pondered for a moment. In addition, I hope you can deal with anything related to the longevity underground palace business. If you can't handle it, I will help you. Saburo Nagato didn't speak. He just pressed his hands on his knees and then bent down deeply. Unripe Rice Village didn't know that in one day, Master Nagato, who had the power of life and death, and his successor, Shinji Nagato, died in the village. No one would pay attention to this because for the villagers of Unripe Rice Village, the mysterious samurai was about to distribute the magic medicine to lift the curse. It was the top priority. Saburo Nagato mobilized the servants of the Nagato family in his personal name to maintain order in the important places. Emo Xiaofei, on the other hand, handed the pills he made to those women one by one. As for the man, he pretended to be calm and then said that the curse on the woman had been lifted. Now, she could step out of the Unripe Rice Village. Because of the transfer of manpower, the Nagato family suddenly became very quiet. Outside the courtyard, Shio was thanking Yoshida. Looking at Yoshida's smiling expression, Shio couldn't tell if she hated him or not. She just hoped that this guy could leave as soon as possible. Shio, I waited in line for a long time to get this medicine for you. Yoshida rubbed his hands and said, I know you have to take care of Miss Tsuruko, so you can't leave. Thank you, Shio replied politely. Yoshida could see that Shio was a little perfunctory, so he didn't lick his face and stay. He casually made an excuse and left. Shio looked at the pill that could lift the curse in her hand and couldn't help but be in a daze. In addition to her share, there was also a share for Tsuruko Nagato. Can I be reborn after eating it? Shio was suddenly a little distracted. She even forgot that Tsuruko Nagato was still playing alone in the courtyard at home for a while. In the courtyard, Tsuruko Nagato, squatted by the pond, looked at the carp swimming in the pool and stretched out her finger. Her finger gently poked into the pool as if she wanted to feel the body of the little carp with her finger. But when her finger was about to touch, the fish suddenly ran away. Tsuruko Nagato tilted her head in confusion. It's the refraction of light. Hearing the sound, Tsuruko Nagato raised her head curiously and found a weirdly dressed big brother appearing next to her. Refraction. Yes, you think you can touch it, think it's close, but it's actually somewhere else, some distance away from you. This is refraction. Well, in short, it's like this. Boss Luo squatted down beside Tsuruko Nagato, then stretched out his palm and quickly glanced at the carp in the pool. Then he reached directly into the water. When he took it out again, he had already caught a small carp in his hand. See, if you master refraction, you can easily catch it. This is actually very useful when fishing. Tsuruko Nagato nodded as if she understood. She took the little carp from Boss Luo's hand, thought about it, and put it directly into the pool. She asked, "Will there be refraction?" "It depends on where it is." Luocho smiled, then pointed to his heart. "If it's here, it will always exist." Tsuruko Nagato reached out and held her heart, then shook her head. At this time, "Miss Tsuruko! Miss Tsuruko!" Shio walked into the courtyard. Tsuruko Nagato looked at Shio, ran over quickly without thinking, and threw herself into Shio's body. "Miss Tsuruko, what are you looking at by the pond alone?" Shio asked happily. Tsuruko Nagato poked her head out of Shio's arms and looked towards the pond. She saw the big brother by the pond nodding at her and slowly disappearing. Tsuruko Nagato opened her mouth and touched Shio's chest. Under Shio's strange gaze, she slowly said, "Shio, I touched your heart. It's very close." "What are you talking about?" Shio rubbed Tsuruko's head, then took out the pill. "Miss Tsuruko, quickly eat this." "What is this?" Tsuruko Nagato asked curiously. Shio said softly, "Hope." In the unripe rice village, hope was the most common word in the past 2 days. When the women survived 1 month and the men walked out of the unripe rice village, everything was changing at an incredible speed. Boss Luo walked around the village. He glanced at Emo Xiaofei, who was pretending to be a ghost, from a distance, then left and walked slowly toward the shrine on the mountain. He quickly came to the empty shrine and came to the place where the main hall was enshrined. The furnishings here were slightly different. The brocade box was missing. "It's not in Tsuruko Nagato's body here." Luocho shook his head and said with some disappointment, "It's not in the shrine either. It seems that it is still beyond Erex's ability." Luocho flipped his palm, and a small brocade box appeared in his palm. This was what he found in the shrine on the floor where Meiji was. Opening the brocade box, Luocho took out the thing in the brocade box. There was a palm-sized green jade rui in the brocade box. Holding this green jade rui in his hand, there was a cool feeling flowing into his body. The key to the Penglai door. Boss Luo muttered, then reached out and gently tapped on the green jade rui. The jade rui cracked directly, and a faint golden light shot out from inside. The next moment, a golden card slowly rotated in Luocho's palm. The third golden card. Not counting the one in his hand, Luocho had obtained 2. The first one was found in the statue of the founder in Yang Taizi's Taoist temple. The second one was sent by the previous boss when Erex was a messenger, and this one was something brought by Yu Sanyang's mother, who bumped into Yen Wuyue's world. Chapter 742. In front of the big screen in the projection room, a strange distortion suddenly appeared. This was the distortion of space. Miss Maid walked out first, as if she was the one leading the way. Behind her, Taisetsu stretched, then yawned and walked out completely. After that, Izanami walked out. She was no longer the master of Yen Wuyue's world, but she was also no longer eroded by the gas of the underworld. She had returned to her original appearance, but without the original divinity, she was still an absolutely beautiful woman. Of course, because she had lost the original divinity, she was naturally not the same as before. Her divine power had fallen by several levels. But even so, she still had extraordinary abilities. As long as there was the seed of extraordinary, there was still the possibility of recovery in the future. It was because of this possibility that she was willing to pay the price of the original divinity instead of her own soul. The Lord's world. Izanami's beautiful eyes swept across the projection room. She created Yen Wuyue with a fragment of the world. She had been away from mainstream history, so Yen Wuyue's world was in an ancient environment for countless years. Naturally, she was quite unfamiliar with the current development of the Lord's world. The technology that had been called science and the materialistic ideas that the world had formed were like invisible shackles the moment she stepped into the Lord's world, making her feel as if she had fallen into a swamp. What's going on? Why is the Lord's world suppressing the extraordinary power? A trace of horror flashed in Izanami's eyes. As a former weak divine power and a true god who had the authority of a fragment of the world, she knew better than anyone what this feeling meant. In the age of chaos, the rules of heaven and earth changed, and the Lord's world resisted the existence of the extraordinary. Of course, it's because the world is dying, Yi said softly. Izanami's expression changed slightly. She seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly lowered her eyebrows and said nothing. Taisetsu didn't understand what was going on. He just curiously looked at the appearance of the crowd in the projection room. These people were probably hypnotized. Even the staff in the projection room were like puppets at this moment. Their consciousness was drawn into Yen Wuyue's world, and now their bodies were like empty shells. But fortunately, they were in the projection room. If the movie hadn't ended, no one would have walked in and discovered anything. Otherwise, if such a large-scale strange situation occurred on the streets or in other public places, wouldn't the outside world have exploded long ago? Miss Izanami, ye spoke again. As per your request, I have helped you return to your original state and returned you to the main world. I think that even without the divinity of the origin, with the level of divine power you still possess, you should still be safe here. Izanami took a deep look at the woman, whom she had been wary of countless times. Not to mention that she was now restricted by the rules of the Lord's realm. She was powerless. Even if she still had her divinity and had half of the authority of Yen Wuyue's realm, she was no match for her opponent. I want to take a good look at the history of the Lord's realm in the past thousands of years, Izanami said slowly. I may have been gone for too long. If you need anything in the future, you're welcome to visit my restaurant at any time. The servant girl saw Izanami off gracefully. Great divine power was something that Izanami couldn't come into contact with. She even had to pay all her respect to the great divine power. But now, a great divine power was so humble in front of her. It was really difficult to describe the feeling. But Izanami believed that this was definitely not a feeling of floating. Izanami only felt like she was sitting on a carpet of needles when she was stared at by the woman's deep blue eyes like the sea. She didn't even want to stay for a moment longer. Izanami's body directly passed through the wall of the projection room. Although there was no divinity of the origin, it was easy to change the structure of the body with divine power and pass through such simple materials. On the streets outside, people came and went. This was a modern society developed from ancient Kelowna. Now it was the end of the cold winter. The sky was completely dark and the lights were on. On the streets of a foreign country, Izanami was at a loss. She didn't know where to go, and she didn't know whether it was right to return at such a high price. Let's first understand the mainstream changes in history. Izanami shook her head. She turned her beautiful eyes and saw a woman walking alone on the street. She came to the woman. "Ah, you are." The woman walking alone suddenly saw a beautiful woman in a kimono appear in front of her. She was a little surprised. While she was astonished, her consciousness also became blurry for a while. "Shall we wait here for the boss to come out or go back to the boss?" Now, of course, the servant girl was the leader. Taisetsu looked at Yuyi with an unnatural expression. He would not forget the servant girl's means of stimulating potential. Yuyi whispered, "Just wait here. The time is different on both sides. The master should be coming out soon." Taisetsu nodded. He had spent at least a few days in Yen Wuiue's time, but when he returned, the movie here was not finished yet. Such an experience really made Daz click his tongue in wonder. When Taisetsu was about to speak, the space in front of the big screen distorted for a while. The servant girl immediately turned with a smile and took a step forward. Taisetsu glanced at it and thought, "I have to eat dog food again." Master Nagato was dead. Not only that, but even second young Master Shin was also dead. When the news began to spread in the unripe rice village, the villagers who had just been reborn felt incredulous. Master Nagato was a good person. In order to help the villagers of unripe rice village survive the curse, it could be said that he scattered his wealth irregularly. It seems that Master Nagato has been unable to leave the village because of the curse. He hasn't gone out for many years, let alone visit the Kondo family. The Kondo family was the master of the fief given to the Nagato family. It was necessary for Master Nagato to report immediately after solving the curse. But he didn't expect to encounter bandits halfway. Master Nagato was also a powerful samurai back then. Unfortunately, he is old now, and second young Master Shin has not grown up. The villagers were discussing the news that came out of the Nagato family. I didn't expect that a good person like Master Nagato would leave us like this. He couldn't even see a reborn, unripe rice village. That's right. Master Nagato, he. The women wiped their tears sadly. We should live a better life. I think Master would be comforted if he knew about this in heaven. Yes, let's start a new life. Just as the villagers were discussing how to deal with Master Nagato and Shinji Nagato's death, some people in the Nagato family were also discussing this matter. Emo Xiaofei and Saburo Nagato. At the end of the third day, tomorrow is the unripe rice village's sacrificial day. Emo Xiaofei secretly calculated the time in his heart. He was a little absent-minded about what Saburo Nagato said in front of him. I took Shinji's body out of the village quietly once and faked his death in battle. Later, I hired a few ronins to bring the news back. Saburo Nagato said calmly, "Nagato, Munekika's body can't be found. I'm afraid it's a disaster. However, being able to retrieve Shinji's body is enough to prove it. Now the elders have begun to discuss letting me inherit the Nagato family." Looking at Emo Xiaofei with an indifferent expression, Saburo Nagato continued, "I plan to let Tsuruko inherit the Nagato family. After that, I will announce my return to the battlefield. Anyway, I came back with the excuse of recuperating. Now, there is nothing wrong with returning again." Hearing Tsuruko Nagato's name, Emo Xiaofei was a little surprised. "Tsuruko Nagato? Are you sure?" People's minds are unpredictable. Emo Xiaofei couldn't figure out Saburo Nagato's thoughts at this time. He wanted to confirm it, so he looked directly at the other party and asked Saburo Nagato, "Nagato Munekika is dead now, and Shinji Nagato is no longer around. No one else knows the secret of unripe rice village except you. As for me, after this matter is over, I will not appear again. In this case, there is no need for you to give up the inheritance of the Nagato family. As for Tsuruko Nagato, to be honest, she is not your daughter, is she?" Saburo Nagato shook his head with a perplexed expression. He muttered to himself, "She is Haru's child after all. No matter how much I hate, in the end, the source of hatred is myself. If it weren't for my greed back then." He shook his head again. "Tsuruko is innocent. Take this as compensation for her. I believe that she will grow well in the environment of the new unripe rice village. Ashio is a kind-hearted child. In fact, she has taken care of Tsuruko over the years. Saburo Nagato stood up. When the Nagato family's affairs are completely dealt with, I will go to the dungeon in person. Please, after I go in, seal the entrance and exit forever and bury me inside as well. Murdering his brother, killing his relatives, ashamed of his wife, and cowardly fleeing from the battlefield. And Mo Xiaofei looked at this sinful man and knew that his heart had long died. Okay. So, Mo Xiaofei nodded. The day of sacrifice was a tradition of unripe rice village over the years. Although Master Nagato was dead, such a tradition should not be broken because of this. It was just that on the day of sacrifice, the villagers' emotions were not necessarily high. They were even vaguely silent. The Nagato family did not appear this time. Saburo Nagato took Tsuruko Nagato, Ashio, and 2 servants and simply stood aside. The unripe rice villages which returned on schedule, which finally raised the mood of the unripe rice villages villagers a little. However, Mo Xiaofei still remembered what Bamboo had said to him in the beginning. The unripe rice villages which died because of the curse, and the current unripe rice villages which was still young. This was the node of the contradiction in unripe rice village. However, when the old unripe rice villages which appeared, the villagers of unripe rice village took it for granted. They did not feel anything wrong at all. This was still unreasonable after all. But Mo Xiaofei glanced at Tsuruko Nagato, who was standing next to Saburo Nagato. He found that she was looking at the ritual curiously at this time and smiled with relief. There was no completely reasonable and perfect thing. Even if there was a slight flaw, such an ending was probably the best he could create, right? As if feeling Mo Xiaofei's gaze, Tsuruko Nagato looked at Mo Xiaofei and looked at him seriously. Mo Xiaofei nodded, then slowly left from everyone's sight. No one seemed to notice the departure of the samurai who was exposed to the unripe rice village's curse because the ritual had entered a quiet step. Saburo Nagato may or may not know Mo Xiaofei's departure. He just stared at the figure of the unripe rice villages which on the altar and watched the unripe rice villages which danced the ancient dance. Saburo Nagato vaguely remembered that Haru Narakami also served as the unripe rice village's shrine in the past. At that time, Haru Narakami also wore a white shirt and a red dress. She held the imperial coin in her hand and danced the ancient dance. Her mouth gently hid the song of sacrifice. Tsuruko, I will go on another long journey. I'm afraid we will never meet again. So if there is a chance, go and be the unripe rice village's witch. Your mother was once the unripe rice village's witch, said Saburo Nagato abruptly. The little Tsuruko Nagato looked up at Saburo Nagato. She could only see Saburo Nagato's chin. She felt that her father's chin had a lot of fibrous roots. If it pierced his face, it would be itchy, right? The hidden song of sacrifice by the unripe rice villages which sounded in her ears. The wind is on the water, guided by the current. The melody flutters everywhere and the echoes ripple. Shake, shake, tremble, enter the boundless sky. Travel through time, come and go, and descend on the world. Now, my friend, come to the earth. Let us sing the song we have forgotten. Retrieve the feeling we have lost. Until the moment we reunite. Deep, deep sleep. Time is passing. A few days after the unripe rice village's ritual, the Nagato family had already dealt with the funeral of Nagato Munekika and Shinji Nagato. On the day of mourning, all the villagers of unripe rice village came in an orderly manner. After that, Saburo Nagato announced what he had agreed with Mo Xiaofei. He would go to the battlefield again, and Tsuruko Nagato would become the new heir of the Nagato family. Before that, the Nagato family would be assisted by several clan elders who had backup. Are you ready? In front of the entrance to the dungeon, Mo Xiaofei looked at Saburo Nagato and asked softly. The sinful man did not speak at this time. He turned his back to Mo Xiaofei and looked at the dark entrance. He only wore a simple set of clothes and attached a bamboo knife to it. He shaved his stubble clean. This was the clearest appearance of Saburo Nagato that Mo Xiaofei had ever seen. Just like that, he walked into the entrance with firm footsteps and disappeared into the darkness. When the mechanism at the entrance closed little by little, Mo Xiaofei suddenly thought of this. When Saburo Nagato persevered to climb the stairs leading to the unripe rice shrine every day, was he also clean like this? Peace of mind. Mo Xiaofei finally completely destroyed this opening mechanism. At the same time, he destroyed all the possibilities that could open the dungeon over and over again. He checked it over and over again. It was almost harsh. The door of the Nagato family was closed. The people who came to mourn had all left. The old mansion of the Nagato family seemed to be asleep in the night. Ashio was exhausted. She had to look after Tsuruko, but she still fell asleep due to sleepiness. Tsuruko Nagato was reading a book under the light. Ashio only read halfway before falling asleep. What a lazy person. At this time, Tsuruko Nagato suddenly looked out of the window and saw a figure flashing by. She walked out of the promenade, curiously, and came to the courtyard outside. This was the samurai who distributed the pills to the village. The samurai smiled at her again at this time. From now on, live a good life. Tsuruko Nagato blinked her eyes. Are you leaving? Mo Xiaofei nodded. I will leave here, but I don't know if I can leave. I can't tell what will happen in the future. However, I won't appear in unripe rice village again. Isn't it good to stay? Tsuruko Nagato asked again. This is not a place for me to stay. Mo Xiaofei shook his head. He still had to find his companions, and then think of other ways to see if he could really leave Yan Wuyue's world. Mo Xiaofei suddenly looked up at the bright moon. It was a full moon on the night of the day of sacrifice. Now the moon was waning. Tsuruko Nagato was still fine. Not only did she survive the day of sacrifice, but she also did not change. He thought that Tsuruko Nagato would change when she saw the moon. The full moon might just be an opportunity. What really made her change was the truth that she couldn't bear. Oh, by the way, do you want to consider becoming the unripe rice village's witch? Mo Xiaofei suddenly remembered the experience of exchanging with Juefeng and asked abruptly. Huh. Tsuruko Nagato tilted her head suddenly, looking very cute. Mo Xiaofei smiled mysteriously. Maybe you will meet a very stupid but very loyal guy. Oh, the future. Tsuruko Nagato nodded as if she understood. Mo Xiaofei said, I'm leaving. Wait a minute. Tsuruko Nagato suddenly shouted at Mo Xiaofei. Tsuruko Nagato turned over and ran back to her room at this time, and then ran out quickly. She held a small square box in both hands and came to Mo Xiaofei again. This box. Mo Xiaofei's eyelids twitched. He had already recognized this box. This is... Tsuruko Nagato held it with both hands and gave it to Mo Xiaofei obliquely. She smiled. This is for you. I fished it out from the pond during the day. After leaving the Nagato family's mansion, Mo Xiaofei flew all the way and finally left the unripe rice village before stopping. Mo Xiaofei held the box in his hand with a strange expression. This gift box could only be found in modern society. Could it be that it had existed through all the cycles of reincarnation and had always existed? What the hell is this? Chapter 743. Miss Tsukiheim, I have arranged a place for you to rest. If you need anything, please tell me. The Kondo family closed the door, leaving only Zixing in the room. She frowned, and there was a worried look on her face. The 6th time or the 7th time, her memory was already a little confused. The reason for the confusion came from the continuous reincarnation on the first day of unripe rice village. It was only less than 10 times, but Zixing had a vague feeling of impatience. She even needed to recite some scriptures to stabilize her mind. She even had to admire Lord Long's disciple. He had been reincarnated for a whole year. When he saw her, he could still be sober. How tough is Mo Xiaofei's spirit? After reciting a section of the Heart Sutra, Zixing stabilized her emotions. Before this reset, she had been using the secret method on Harunarakami, but the effect was minimal. This time, she planned to take a risk. It was still the dungeon, but she was not looking for Harunarakami, but looking for the secret of the Nagato family. And Mo Xiaofei once reminded her that there were terrifying things in the dungeon. As always, Zixing let her maidservant replace her and sneak into the dungeon. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, but Zixing didn't seem to be happy at all. Doing the same thing repeatedly really couldn't make people happy. This time, she quickly came to the opposite end of the dungeon that she had never been to before. There was an opening mechanism here, but obviously the guy who built it was not a mechanism master. Zixing didn't have too much trouble and found a way to open it. The stone door slowly opened, and a cyan-colored mist slowly floated in the space behind the stone door, cyan-colored demonic energy. It was the green monster beast power that had turned into mist and materialized. Zixing frowned. This kind of monster beast power was probably emitted over a long period of time and then accumulated in this sealed place. In the space behind the stone door, in addition to a square pool in front, there were 2 other small rooms. Madame Purple Star glanced at the square pool and went directly to another small room inside. A lot of gold and silver treasures and worldly valuables were piled up in one room. It seemed to be the treasure of the Nagato clan. Zixing didn't take a closer look and went directly to another room. This place was filled with bookshelves filled with all kinds of scrolls. Madame Purple Star's eyes suddenly lit up as she flipped through the names of these scrolls, one by one. Finally, she found one, opened it, and read it carefully. It was just a record of the battle between the Nagato family and the demon fox, and the origin of the demon fox. This Yu Sanyang was born in Yanwuiwe, but her mother. Zixing quickly opened the scroll. Now it seems that Yu Sanyang's mother is probably from the celestial fox clan of Kelowna, but I don't know why she entered this fragment of time. The inscription on the stone sculpture pedestal of Unripe Rice Village mentioned the key to the Punglai Gate, but the Nagato family's files did not mention it. Madame Purple Star quickly finished reading this book, then continued to flip through one book after another. But most of them were handwritten letters of the Nagato family studying the demon fox's heart. They had no use for the mystery of Punglai hidden by Yu Sanyang's mother. A touch of pity flashed in Zixing's eyes. It seemed that unless the demon fox Yu Sanyang was reborn, she would have no way to know more content. Zixing shook her head. When she was about to leave, she kicked a wooden box placed under the bookshelf. Zixing frowned. Out of curiosity, she simply opened the wooden box to take a final look at what was inside. Unexpectedly, when this wooden box opened, a hint of surprise flashed in Zixing's eyes. This wooden box also contained handwritten letters. But these are the words of Kelowna. These are the things left by Yu Sanyang's fox demon mother. This dungeon was originally built by Yu Sanyang. There was a place for her to store her valuables. It was just that she was jointly killed back then, and all her collections were naturally divided among the original group of people. At that time, the Nagato family was weak. In the end, they were only given some useless ancient books. In fact, the Kondo family's reward to the Nagato family back then was to make them the owner of Unripe Rice Village. The fundamental reason was probably similar to guarding. At that time, the Nagato family was weak. In the face of such an arrangement by the main family, they could only obey helplessly. As the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, Zixing had a large number of inheritances from ancient times to the present in the clan. She was no stranger to the ancient words of Kelowna. At this time, she didn't care about the dust on the ground for many years. She sat directly on the ground, grabbed a book, and read it carefully again. It turns out to be like this. In the main world, she had reached the point of David decay. She had no choice but to escape into the fragment world, avoid the rules of the main world, and prolong her life. Green Jade Rui, Suddenly, in one of the ancient books, an unknown thin piece of animal skin slowly fell out of the book under the flipping of purple star. Zixing picked it up curiously and looked at it, but she didn't expect her expression to change drastically. Her eyes widened in disbelief. This is the coordinates of Penglai. Does Penglai really exist? Zixing took a deep breath. She knew that Kelowna had always had the legend of Penglai. Legend had it that only by finding Penglai could the cultivator have a slight possibility of becoming immortal. Even the monsters could get anything they wanted in Penglai. However, for thousands of years, every time the Penglai convention was held in Mount Tai, there was never any news of Penglai. If the location recorded on this map was correct, then Penglai would no longer be an illusory legend. Faced with this news that was like a bombshell to the extraordinary circle of Kelowna, Zixing couldn't even calm down at this moment. What she didn't expect was that in this world of Yenwiwe, she would encounter such an opportunity. Without any hesitation, Zixing directly rolled up the animal skin map and planned to take it away. But at this moment, a feeling of dizziness came. Zixing only felt as if she was being pulled away by something. The feeling of her soul leaving her body made her expression change drastically. What's going on? This feeling is completely different from when it was reset. Zixing didn't have time to think about it. She directly stared at the animal skin map in front of her. She only wanted to completely record this map before she lost consciousness. But the pulling force was getting stronger and stronger. Hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer. It's done. As soon as she closed her eyes, Psukiheim's body fell directly to the ground. On the big screen in the screening room, the new boss of the club, Luachio, walked out with a smile on his face. This was the place where they first entered Yen Wuiwe's world through the movie. Master, is it over? The servant girl came forward and asked. Luachio said, It's almost done. There's no point for us to stay here. Just wait patiently. The story of Miko will always have an ending. With that said, Boss Luo glanced at the audience in front of him. The audience gradually recovered from their daze, and their eyes had become clear. Luachio nodded and whispered, Mr. Arax still has a sense of propriety. Yes, otherwise he wouldn't be alive until now. Yu Yi smiled slightly. Luachio didn't like to comment on the advantages and disadvantages of the guests. At this time, the lights in the screening room suddenly lit up. Boss Luo said, Let's go. We have wasted a lot of time watching this movie. Of course, Miss Maid understood what the so-called wasted time meant. Originally, before watching the movie, they were on the way to deliver Christmas gifts to the guests. The three of them left directly in front of the sober audience without attracting any attention. When leaving the cinema, Luachio's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was Ren Xiling. Luachio was slightly surprised to hear Ren Xiling's nagging on the phone and asked curiously, Christmas dinner? Aren't you working overtime tonight? If you want to live, I will work overtime tomorrow. Boy, Yuyi, I'll book a room for you. In Luachio's knowledge, only Ren Xiling could say such bold words. And what the hell is your Yuyi? Master? Luachio took back the phone and suddenly said, Go back and change your clothes. Accompany me to have dinner later. Okay. Taisetsu blinked at this time, moved his fingers and pointed to himself silently, which meant, Boss, what should I do? Well, it's a pity that I can't explain it to you. Otherwise, it's good to invite you. Luachio felt a little pity and immediately smiled. I'll give you half a day off. You can go anywhere. With that, Luachio nodded on Taisetsu's forehead. Taisetsu was stunned and suddenly looked up at Luachio. Then he took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Go. Luachio said softly. Taisetsu turned and left. Like a fading image, he finally disappeared completely. Master really treats Taisetsu too well. Yuyi smiled. Of course, Luachio didn't hear any dissatisfaction and jealousy in such words. In fact, Miss Maid seemed to be in a good mood at this time. Luachio said, In fact, there are many ways to treat employees. Yuyi knew that her master not only gave Taisetsu half a day off, but also used his power to send Taisetsu away to the small village full of osmanthus trees. He might just be willing to pay respects tonight. "Mom, I want a balloon." On the way, a little boy holding his mother's hand pointed to a stall on the roadside. The hawkers on the street were using balloons of various colors to twist them into different shapes. The wife didn't refuse the child's request. She bought a balloon twisted into a rabbit from the hawker and gave it to the child. The hawker, with closed eyes, thanked her slightly at this time. "Oh, I hope you can have a good dream." The wife just felt that the hawker was a little weird, but she didn't think too much. After paying the money quickly, she took the child away. After that, Boss Luo walked to the hawker. Luocho looked at the balloons here curiously and suddenly said, "Does Mr. Erex have this kind of skill?" "I met it on the journey. I thought it was very interesting, so I learned it casually." The hawker raised his head, but his eyes were closed like a blind person, and he looked very ordinary, and a child's dream is more delicious. "Isn't the whole world of Yen Wuyue enough to eat?" Luocho looked at the balloons on the stall casually, picked up a finished product in the shape of a lady dog, and looked at it while asking, "I still like to walk in the main world." The blind hawker said indifferently, "Do you like it? I can give it to you as a return gift for the boss's gift to me." "Have you opened it?" Luocho looked and asked. The blind hawker shook his head. "To be honest, I dare not open it casually. I believe there will be something inside that I can't resist. This is not good." "That's a pity." Luocho sighed, but there was no regret on his face. He quickly stood up. "Well then, thank you for this gift. Does Miss Ye also want to pick one?" The blind hawker asked at this time. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Yi didn't refuse, and also picked up a balloon from the stall. It was a very simple type, a hydrogen balloon in the shape of a heart. The blind hawker seemed to be satisfied at this time, so he stood up and began to tidy up the small stall. The world of Yen Wuyue should be closed for a while. "I also want to continue my journey. If there is a need, I will visit your shop again." "Okay. I look forward to your next visit." Boss Luo nodded, then immediately looked at the blind hawker and suddenly said, "By the way, the young witch is the one who was cut off, right?" "Ayaya, that's hard to say." The blind hawker said happily, "I remember there is an old saying in Kelowna, Zhuangzhou dreams of butterflies. Who knows which one is the one that has been severed?" "That's true." Luocho nodded. "I wish you a pleasant journey." "Thank you for your kind words." The blind hawker walked into the crowd, and gradually he became a passerby carrying an old leather suitcase and wearing ancient palace clothes, and disappeared. "There is still some time before dinner. Accompany me to the nearby boutique to buy something." Luocho looked at Yi and suddenly said, "And buy it for Ren Xiling, or else I will be nagged at during dinner." Luocho smiled and said casually, "Actually, I just buy some random things from the boutique every year to get by. Let's not change this year." The lights were on and it was dazzling. There was a rustling sound in the screening room, and the audience seemed to feel unusually tired. And Mo Xiaofei opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he found that the class monitor had leaned on his shoulder and seemed to have fallen asleep. Beside him, Zixing and Zhuifeng had obviously woken up. These three had experienced an incredible journey in the world of Yen Wuyue. Now that they suddenly woke up, it felt like a lifetime had passed. They did not say anything for a while, seeming to have their own thoughts. After Zixing opened her eyes and looked around, she immediately closed her eyes. She was trying to recall the map, imagining it in her mind over and over again to ensure that she did not remember wrongly. She would not forget any details in the following time. And Mo Xiaofei looked at his palm with a strange expression. The gift box that Tsuruko Nagato gave her actually appeared here. Finished watching? At this time, the class monitor rubbed her eyes and yawned. "Hey, when did I fall asleep? It's so strange. I seem to have had a very long dream. I don't remember what it was. It's quite long. Mo Xiaofei nodded. Unlike himself, Zhuifeng and Zixing, compared to all the ordinary people who watched this movie, perhaps they experienced the same scene. The audience began to leave, looking listless. Chapter 744. Did you see what the ending was? When they walked out of the cinema, the class leader pulled Mo Xiaofei and asked him quietly. Mo Xiaofei looked at the class leader's embarrassed look and knew that she didn't want to mention the embarrassing incident of falling asleep while watching a movie. The ending is the same as what we said at night. Is there any difference? Mo Xiaofei smiled. The class leader suddenly looked at Mo Xiaofei curiously and blinked her eyes. Mo Xiaofei also asked curiously, "Is there something on my face?" The class leader shook her head. "Well, are you really Xiaofei?" Facing the class leader's question, Mo Xiaofei's first thought was to touch his face. He had been using the alias Sasaki Kojiro for a long time and was almost used to it. At this time, when the class leader asked, he subconsciously thought that there were some changes on his face. He couldn't help but be surprised, thinking that returning to reality was just a dream. "Why do you ask?" Mo Xiaofei asked in bewilderment. "Well, it seems to be the same again." The class leader shook her head again and suddenly said, "I just had a feeling that you were very far away from me. I felt that you suddenly became an adult." Looking at Mo Xiaofei's silent appearance, the class leader suddenly blushed and said, "I don't mean anything else. I just feel that you seem to have matured all of a sudden, become reliable, and have a sense of security." Mo Xiaofei moved his lips. However, the class leader in front of the cinema felt that the more he tried to explain, the redder her face became. Finally, she lowered her head and said, "I'm going to the bathroom. My face is so hot." Mo Shifu looked at the class leader strangely. He felt that she was a bit abnormal. However, the Yen Wuiyue in the movie world was very strange. He couldn't tell if it had any effect. It was just that when he breathed in the air of modern civilization again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Zhuifeng and Zixing also stood in front of the cinema. Zixing also frowned deeply since she left the screening room and walked out of the cinema. She seemed to be thinking about something important. Zhuifeng looked at the poster of the movie Spirit of the Pen in front of the cinema in silence. No one knew what he was thinking about. "You guys, what's your plan?" Mo Xiaofei felt that he should take the initiative to break this strange silence, now that he had returned to the modern world. Although there were still many unsolved mysteries in Yen Wuiyue's world, the most important thing now was to deal with his own matters in the modern world. For example, Purple Star was the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan that his irresponsible teacher had specifically asked him to look for. Hearing Mo Xiaofei's words, Zixing breathed a sigh of relief. In this short period of time, she had already made sure that her memory of the animal skin map was correct. Only then did she relax a little. She glanced at Zhuifeng casually. Seeing Zhuifeng's absent-minded appearance at this time, she didn't care and went directly to Mo Xiaofei, whispering, "Sir Mo, if possible, please take me to see Sir Dragon Monarch." She came out today because she wanted Zhuifeng to take her to the tallest building in the city and use the secret technique of the Greedy Wolf clan to summon the remaining 2 warriors of the Greedy Wolf clan hidden in the city. Now that she had exchanged news with Mo Xiaofei in Yen Wuiyue's world, she knew that the 2 warriors were recuperating in the hospital of Kelowna Shinryu. Naturally, there was no need to make the initial plan. At this time, for Zixing, the most important thing was naturally to meet with the warriors of the Greedy Wolf clan. Mo Xiaofei was a little hesitant. It was not that he didn't want to take Zixing there. It was just that he finally asked for leave today and made an appointment with the class monitor. After watching the movie, there should be a meal, and then he would send her home. If he left the class monitor behind now, Mo Xiaofei felt that he would probably be alone for the rest of his life. "It doesn't matter. I will wait for you nearby," Sir Mo Zixing said calmly. "You should deal with your matters first. Your human companion is mentally exhausted. It should be because her consciousness was taken into Yan Wuyue's world. But I don't think she has suffered much loss. At most, she will be depressed for a few days. She will be fine after a good rest. That's good. Mo Xiaofei nodded. Suddenly his heart moved. How about this? Let Zhuifeng take you there. He knows the place. Teacher is also willing to see Zhuifeng. Of course, for the sake of safety, after returning to the hospital, it was better to tell Long Shihua about this incident. And Mo Xiaofei had made a decision in his heart. Zixing hesitated for a moment. Logically, it was best to let the disciple of Sir Long Shihua personally take him there. It would not seem abrupt. However, since Mo Xiaofei said so, she couldn't refuse this Kelowna Shinryu's disciple. The disciple of Kelowna Dragon God was probably the same status as the ancient prince in the monster circle. This was much higher than her, the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan. That's good. Zixing nodded. Then let's meet at Sir Long Shihua's place. Sir Mo, he was still not used to Zixing's restrained way of getting along. But Mo Xiaofei knew that nothing could be changed in a short time, so he didn't take it to heart. He quickly walked to Zhuifeng's side and put his hand on his shoulder. Zhuifeng, let's part here. Brother, can humans and monsters coexist? Zhuifeng suddenly frowned. Mo Xiaofei was surprised. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Zhuifeng shook his head, feeling a little bored. Nothing. I just feel a little emotional. Mo Xiaofei hugged Zhuifeng's shoulder and said affectionately, I don't know if humans and monsters can really coexist, but at least we're friends, right? Don't worry too much about the future. But if it's really up to you and me to worry, I'm afraid it's the time when you and I can at least represent both sides. If that's the case, it's better. At that time, let's be friends. That's right. Zhuifeng nodded. Brother Mo Xiaofei is still so reliable. I'm still too far behind. Zhuifeng breathed a sigh of relief and looked a little better. At this time, the class monitor had already walked out. Zhuifeng looked at him and said directly, Brother, you go ahead. Today's matter. And after I go back and talk to the teacher about what happened today, I'll talk to you another day. Mo Xiaofei lowered his voice and said, However, I think it's best not to make it public. It seems that ordinary people didn't find anything except for us. In addition, can you help me take Zixing to the pet hospital? Ah. Zhuifeng was startled. Take Zixing there? Mo Xiaofei nodded and said, Zixing and my teacher should know each other. In fact, the teacher asked me to look for her before, but you didn't introduce her to me at first, so I didn't know. But when Yan Wuyue mentioned this matter, it was like a flood rushing to the Dragon Emperor Temple. Help me take her there. I have to accompany the class monitor for a while. With that said, Mo Xiaofei blinked and said slyly, You have to seize the opportunity. Brother, I'm not. Zhuifeng was suddenly anxious, as if he wanted to refute something. Mo Xiaofei laughed with his arm around Yi Xuan's shoulder. This laughter seemed to be contagious. Zhuifeng finally rolled his eyes and shook his head. Okay, you go ahead, brother. By the way, I finally experienced the reincarnation of the unripe rice village again. Mo Xiaofei asked curiously, What about you? What happened next? Let's talk about it when we have time. Zhuifeng thought for a while and said slowly, It's not convenient to talk about it now. Okay. Mo Xiaofei nodded decisively. Watching Mo Xiaofei and the class monitor leave, Zhuifeng subconsciously glanced at the poster of Pen Spirit again. There were only a few portraits of characters on the seaside. Although they were all characters in the unripe rice village, they were very different from the real characters. Zixing was beside, waiting for Zhuifeng, but she did not urge him. Zhuifeng finally sighed that, I'll take you to Lord Long's hospital. Zixing nodded calmly. Speaking of which, in Yan Wuyue's world, she acted with Mo Xiaofei almost all the time, but she did not encounter Zhuifeng occasionally. She did not know what he had experienced in it. Of course, now her mind was full of the animal skin map. How could she have the mood to think about Zhuifeng's matter? For Zhuifeng, she only had some gratitude for saving her life. Moreover, she had passed on the greedy wolf clan's martial arts to Xuefeng, which was a lot of repayment. In the words of Buddhism, this karma was more or less over. I'm sorry for being so rude to you at that time. In fact, I was walking together. Xuefeng lowered his head and took the initiative to speak embarrassedly. He remembered that in the unripe rice village square, he used Inuyasha's body to rescue Kondo Tsukiheim. At that time, the two sides did not know each other. After Xuefeng rescued her, he just threw her away casually. He was about to explain something, but he saw that Zixing didn't seem to hear it. She was still frowning. "And what did you say just now?" "No, nothing." Xuefeng said quickly, "I want to ask if you want to eat something. Are you hungry or something like that?" "Forget it. If Zixing doesn't mention it, then it didn't happen." After all, in Xuefeng's view, this incident would probably reduce a lot of impression points, right? "I'm not hungry. If you are hungry, go find something to eat." Zixing said calmly, "I'll wait for you here. I have something to think about. Then I'll take you there directly." Xuefeng shook his head. Along the way, there was nothing to say. Xuefeng couldn't help but secretly laugh at himself. He was laughing at some of his experiences before coming out. The last dream Xuefeng experienced was the strange light ball he encountered and the dream that gave him the inheritance of Greedy Wolf Star. However, it was the follow-up of this dream. That was, Inuyasha was injured by an arrow and fell into a coma because he stole the unripe rice shrine and broke the agreement with the young witch. Speaking of which, Inuyasha was discovered stealing something and was seriously injured. It should have happened before Yangming was pulled into the Yen Wuiwa world. It happened in the Yen Wuiwa world. Therefore, when Xuefeng accidentally went to the unripe rice shrine again and met the young witch, the other party would shoot an arrow as soon as he came up. Knowing the past of Chizuko Nagato, Xuefeng had no hatred for this arrow. Speaking of it, this was because Inuyasha sought death himself. So if he had to say it, he could only say that he was unlucky and possessed Inuyasha. But before falling into the dream again, Inuyasha's suppressed consciousness had already awakened. Therefore, when he fell into the dream this time, Xuefeng strangely found that he and Inuyasha could communicate directly. In the same body, two different consciousnesses quarreled for a long time. "What are you? Are you a wolf demon? Get out of my body. Otherwise, I will tear you apart. If I can leave, I don't want to stay in you. Do you think I'm comfortable smelling the stench on your body? You stinky dog. What did you say? You dare to say it again. Damn you. I am also a master. Master Xuefeng." The wolf and the dog were entangled together for a while. In the end, Xuefeng sighed helplessly. He activated Greedy Wolf Star. When it came to consciousness, he was much stronger than this little half-demon in Yen Wuiwa's world. If this body didn't belong to Inuyasha, the other party wouldn't be able to hold on for long. "Why don't you stop? It's not easy for you to wake up." Xuefeng sighed. "You should know that it's not my intention to stay in your body. I'm also trying to get out of Yen Wuiwa's world." Okay. Inuyasha's consciousness was extremely weak, but he was too competitive. "But I have a condition. You can't use this body indiscriminately. It's mine. Without my consent, you can't seize control." "Well, it just so happens that I can concentrate on what happened." Xuefeng agreed directly. Inuyasha regained control of his body, but he looked at the surrounding environment and the wounds on his body, but he kept frowning. He had experienced this kind of injury before, but he wasn't sure. He had to ask in a low voice, Are we really just in a dream now?" "Maybe, I can't say for sure. All this is so real that it's easy to get lost." Xuefeng's uncertain voice sounded in Inuyasha's mind. Xuefeng then asked, "I feel that your physical condition is very bad now. You should find a place to heal. Let's just consider this a dream. But I have a feeling that if you die here, you might really die." Inuyasha came to the river, tore open his clothes, looked at the feather arrow stuck in his body, gritted his teeth, pulled out the feather arrow, and suddenly his face turned pale. The half-demon boy silently took the river water and washed his wounds. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Inuyasha suddenly asked, "Can't you tear open the dream and leave?" Juefeng said weakly, "The last time I tore open the dream, it was because the dream felt very weak at that time. But now I can't tear it open, and I can't even feel the guidance of the stars. I guess that if the guy who created the dream didn't find a way to strengthen the restrictions here, then it's because I am too weak." "It must be because you are too weak," the half-demon boy sneered disdainfully. Chapter 745. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. Inuyasha was obviously classified as a scourge by Juefeng because Inuyasha's life was very tough. In fact, that arrow had almost hit his heart. In other words, it could pierce his heart directly. Despite this, Inuyasha was seriously injured. The spiritual power of the young witch of the unripe rice shrine raged wildly in Inuyasha's body, making Inuyasha very weak. Now, Inuyasha was not much stronger than an ordinary adult. He belonged to the category that the samurai could easily succeed in. This proud half-demon boy had to bow to reality. He could only hide in a nearby cave to recuperate. As for what he could do during the recuperation period, he could only talk to the trespasser from time to time. Juefeng felt that Inuyasha was really quite dishonest. He always used various methods to avoid talking about the young witch of the shrine. But Juefeng knew that he cared more about the young witch than anyone else. What a dishonest guy. But as Juefeng thought about it, he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be qualified to lecture Inuyasha. Not long ago, he was also a dishonest guy. Juefeng, she made an agreement with me at that time. As long as I can kill 100 big demons and find 100 books for her, she can promise me to become stronger. Is it because she sympathizes with my life experience? In the damp cave, Inuyasha talked to himself. At least it seemed that he was talking to himself. Sympathize with you? Juefeng thought for a while, thinking about Inuyasha's life experience. In Yen Wuyue's world, whether it was the circle of demons or the circle of humans, the existence of half-demon was very bad. Inuyasha's mother was taken away by the demon. After playing with her, she was directly abandoned. As for Inuyasha, who was born as a half-demon, he was like a freak to the demon. He was not recognized. His mother was also used as a tool. No one cared about her after she was born. She walked in the world like a monster. Speaking of it, Inuyasha's life experience seemed to have many similarities with Chizuko Nagato. Why do you ask? Juefeng also recalled the time when he was an orphan wandering around. There seemed to be a trace of melancholy in his voice. Just asking. Inuyasha shook his head and closed his eyes. He stretched out his hand and felt the raging spiritual power in his body. He was enduring intense pain all the time. That damned woman was actually so ruthless. It seemed that she really wanted to take his life. He clearly didn't take it away, but in the end he still put it back. How could he not let it go? Thinking of this, Inuyasha subconsciously gritted his teeth again. But when he thought of what the dead woman had experienced, Inuyasha fell silent. Juefeng, are you still there? Don't bother me. I'm trying to comprehend some things and see if there's a way to solve the current situation. Go where you want to go. Isn't it very cool inside the cave? You can die now. Idiot dog. You stupid wolf. The inheritance of the greedy wolf star had quite a lot of complicated knowledge. These things were sealed in Juefeng's consciousness. Once he unlocked these inherited memories, it was as if he had plunged into an endless ocean. He couldn't understand what was inside at all. As a monster, he had never received any orthodox education when he was wandering around. Even before he encountered the purple star, Juefeng even condensed monster power and absorbed vitality. It was an almost instinctive behavior. With such a volume of knowledge, even if he inherited the huge knowledge of the greedy wolf star, he couldn't digest it well. let alone trying to find a solution to the current problem from this knowledge. Learning in the world of will seem to be a long process. Zhuefeng, who was more and more immersed in inherited memories of the greedy wolf star, would only occasionally wake up to see what Inuyasha was doing. But when he suddenly woke up, Zhuefeng found that Inuyasha was not in the cave where he was recovering. But when he took a look at this guy's body, he found that Inuyasha had just regained his ability to move. This guy really likes to seek death, huh? In such a weak state, he still dares to run around outside. Not to mention encountering yin-yang master, monks, and the like. Even if he encounters a warrior with a little strength, I'm afraid he can't even block the opponent's attack. Hey, this is just as Zhuefeng planned to ridicule Inuyasha. He suddenly found that this guy was now hiding in the branches of a big tree. In front of him was the unripe rice shrine. The young priestess had just walked into the path behind the shrine with a wooden bucket in her hand. In fact, if you explain, I think she will probably forgive you. Zhuefeng sighed. Why don't you tell her that you are so anxious to gain power and even break your agreement because destruction is destruction. There's no reason for it. The half-monster boy shook his head. After watching the pale, white figure disappear completely, he jumped down from the tree. Boring self-esteem. In fact, on such a topic, they had discussed it more than once. For Inuyasha's ridicule, it was not the first time Zhuefeng heard it, but every time he could think of himself, his former self. Every day after that, Zhuefeng would take time to observe Inuyasha's movements. He found that Inuyasha's injury recovered very slowly, but he was very diligent in running to the unripe rice shrine. But every time, he always hid like a voyeur. Idiot! If you don't say what's in your heart, how do you know that she hasn't forgiven you? Stupid wolf, you think the other party can understand if you say it out loud. Don't you think you are very arrogant? It had been many days. Inuyasha's injury had recovered in such a casual self-recovery. Zhuefeng became more and more anxious. He still couldn't find a way to leave through the inheritance of Greedy Wolf Star. He only vaguely felt the existence of the star, but it couldn't guide him. Inuyasha went down the mountain and once walked through an abandoned place. If Zhuefeng was right, this should be the site of Unripe Rice Village. The village was destroyed by Chizuko Nagato when she went berserk. Inuyasha had moved out of the cave. The place where he now lived was in the old house of Nagato's family. The walls here were broken, and the room had collapsed. It was said to be a place to live. In fact, it was just a simple place with a few collapsed wooden beams and bricks. It rained that day. The rain gathered from the cracks above and finally dripped down. The sky and earth were gray. Inuyasha suddenly curled up. He seemed to feel a little cold. Stupid wolf. Do you think that as long as I stay in this place all the time, the dead woman doesn't have to face that kind of pain? There was no Maiheim, no rendezvous with the three noble sons, and no outsiders. It was just him. It was just her who swept the fallen leaves in front of the door every day and went to the cave pool to wash herself day after day. Without everything that happened later, she could stay in this kind of peace all the time. Inuyasha was too familiar with the dead woman's character. She could really stay like this all the time. She would sweep the courtyard every day, do homework, read books, watch the sunset on the horizon, and watch the 4 seasons change. She would not be bored. Maybe. Zhuefeng responded weakly. He didn't know if it was because of the weather, but he always felt that even he had become lazy. Are we never going to get out? Has it become us? Zhuefeng was stunned. He didn't give Inuyasha any answer for a long time. In terms of age, he might be younger than Inuyasha. How could he give Inuyasha more answers? I don't know about this, but obviously, I don't want to stay in this damn place. Zhuefeng spoke out his thoughts. But outside, she is no longer there. She died in the hands of her other self. This was the most fragile voice of Inuyasha that Zhuefeng had ever heard. Perhaps it was the sound of the rain or the sound of the whistling wind. They covered it up and concealed it. The half-demon youth suddenly buried his head deep between his knees. He knew that he always knew that the young, which had died in the hands of Mickey. Actually, you don't want to leave here? Zhuefeng asked hesitantly. This time, he didn't get an answer from Inuyasha. He didn't know how long the rain would last. The idiot dog and the stupid wolf stopped talking. Instead, it was so quiet that it made people sleepy. A few days after the rain stopped that day, it never cleared up. The continuous, gloomy sky looked like the old lady's extremely silent old attic. Zhuefeng once again woke up from the sea of knowledge of greedy wolf stars' inherited memory. To his surprise, Inuyasha did not appear in the unripe rice shrine this time. He even left the unripe rice village ruins and came to a place that should be regarded as a relatively large city in this place. In a wealthy family in this city, Inuyasha rummaged through the cabinets. "What are you doing?" Zhuefeng asked curiously. "Looking for books." Inuyasha rummaged through someone's study and finally found a lot. He glanced around a few times. He didn't know if these books were the same, so he simply packed them all up and took them away. The place where Inuyasha looted was not only this family, but also various families in the city. Even the landlord here was not spared. When Inuyasha left the city, this guy was already carrying a big bag behind him. He should be satisfied. Zhuefeng didn't ask why he looted so many ancient books. However, he understood the reason why he was chased by the warrior and monk combination the moment he woke up after descending to Yen Huiyue. This guy, could it be that he had robbed many mortal families before this, and that was why he had angered everyone? Otherwise, it would just be a battle between monsters. Naturally, humans wouldn't want to get involved in it. When Inuyasha returned to the ruins of the unripe rice village chief's house, Zhuefeng discovered that this guy had actually looted a lot of things in the past few days when he comprehended the inherited memory. There should be more than 100 books here, right? Asking for 100 monsters and finding 100 books. Obviously, it was much more difficult to kill 100 monsters. Well, since I broke the agreement, then I will compensate you 10 times. Find 1,000 books. The half-monster boy suddenly made a bold statement. Zhuefeng said maliciously, "Do you still want to kill 1,000 monsters?" Yes. The idiot dog didn't refute the stupid wolf this time and nodded affirmatively. So the stupid wolf sighed secretly in his heart. This idiot dog is really stupid. From that day on, Zhuefeng lived a life often accompanied by danger. Does this idiot dog really intend to kill 1,000 big monsters? He doesn't even know his own weight. If it weren't for the fact that you and I share the same body, I, Zhuefeng, won't care about life and death, okay? Star power. Godspeed, Godspeed. Humph. I will simply use your body to practice some of the abilities of the greedy wolf inheritance. Zhuefeng felt that doing this would not make him lose out. How many is this? 998. Inuyasha frowned and looked back. There were many corpses in the camp in front of him. Among them, there was only one big monster. The rest were the other party's subordinates. How could there be so many big monsters in this world? Later, Inuyasha could only use the rest of the monsters to make up the number. It was already 3 years later. In other words, Zhuefeng had spent 3 years with Inuyasha in this dream. There are still 2 left. Zhuefeng thought for a while and suddenly said, "Recently I heard that there is a toad monster named Red Coat Mage in the south. He is quite strong. However, after killing him, there are 999 left. There is only one left. It happens to be the direction back to Unripe Rice Village. Is it going to reach 1,000? The idiot dog monster suddenly muttered to himself. After 3 years of bloody life, the half-monster boy's body still didn't grow much. However, there was an additional wound on his face. Then he became a lot quieter. In fact, in the second half of this journey, there were few verbal confrontations between the idiot dog monster and the stupid wolf. Why? Do you have other plans? That's it. Inuyasha shook his head and walked directly to the south. Ah! With a scream, the seriously injured Red Coat Mage fell to the ground, revealing his body. Ah, I hate it so much. I could have lived for thousands of years. It's all because of you guys that I can't complete the last shroud technique of the Toad Clan. I will never let you go. I won't even let you die. I curse you all. You talk too much nonsense. The iron sword in Inuyasha's hand crossed the neck of the red coat mage and successfully beheaded him. After that, Inuyasha returned to the abandoned site of the unripe rice village. After staying quietly for a day, he dug out all the books stored here, carried them on his back, and walked up the stairs of the unripe rice shrine. Hey, isn't one more left? Zhuefeng looked at Inuyasha in surprise. Did I count wrongly? Stupid wolf, thank you. Step by step, Inuyasha gradually walked up the mountain road. Thank me for what? This was the first time Zhuefeng heard words of gratitude from this dishonest dog monster. It was incredible. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to deal with so many monsters stronger than me. Let alone 3 years. Even if you give me 30 years, I may not be able to achieve 1,000 monsters. Humph. It's just because I'm using you as a carrier now. If you suddenly die, I will also suffer. Otherwise, who will care about your suicidal behavior? Don't you have it too? The idiot dog monster smiled. Boring. Self-esteem. TSK. The last step of the stairs was far away. In front of the shrine, the young, unripe rice village, which was cleaning the courtyard here. She clearly saw Inuyasha, who appeared here without any intention of hiding. She couldn't help but frown. Inuyasha, you are not dead yet. The young witch said indifferently, Are you still unwilling to give up on the god enshrined in the shrine? Inuyasha scattered the things behind him. A large number of ancient books were scattered on the ground. There are 1,000 books here. Can you count them? The original agreement was 100 books. I broke the agreement, so I will pay you back 10 times. You. The young witch opened her mouth in surprise. Inuyasha walked toward her at this time and said indifferently, In the past 3 years, I have killed 999 monsters, including the dog admiral who abandoned my mother. In addition, is there the toad monster? We met because of it. I didn't expect it to change its name in recent years. It is now called the Red Coat Mage. Its strength has increased a lot, but I killed it in the end. Including it, there are a total of 999 monsters. Inuyasha. The young witch seemed to realize what the half-monster was going to do next. She suddenly became flustered. What are you going to do? Please let me stay by your side and never leave you. The half-monster hugged the young witch tightly, so I am the 1,000th one. On the unripe rice shrine, a stone statue suddenly appeared. It was the Inagami, a young half-monster who guarded the unripe rice shrine. It wasn't until Inuyasha slowly turned into the Inagami stone statue in front of the shrine under the gentle gaze of the witch that Zhuefeng suddenly understood. This dream was actually not Chizuko Nagato, Mickey, or the witch's dream. This was actually Inuyasha's own dream. Out of this dream, the witch of the unripe rice shrine no longer existed for Inuyasha. So he would rather stay in this dream forever and never wake up. Under the cherry tree, Mickey slowly closed the book in her hand. After ejecting all the external consciousness, she completely sealed the Yen Wuya world. Chapter 746. Even if it was Christmas, there were very few places in the south where it could snow. Even if there was, it would only happen once in a decade or two due to the occasional weather change. The so-called White Christmas naturally existed more in people's imagination. Besides, Christmas was not a traditional festival in this Eastern country after all. But it doesn't prevent young men and women from looking forward to Christmas gifts, especially young girls and cute boys. Cute boys? A puzzled voice suddenly sounded. The location was on the roof of a building in the city, and the person who asked was extremely fat. However, he wasn't fat. Instead, he was huge and sturdy. Perhaps he was an extremely powerful fellow. He seemed to be in his 20s, but also in his 30s. Let's use youth to define his age. At the same time, he was very gluttonous. Even when he was talking, he kept eating. More than half of the family's bucket of popcorn had been eaten. After asking the question, the young man grabbed a handful of popcorn with his hand and stuffed it directly into his mouth. There was a lot of residue around his mouth. Although he was curious, the young man didn't seem to care about the answer. In fact, the guy who asked the same question at the beginning also didn't intend to give an answer. The fat young man didn't care about it at this moment, stuttering, "Arax, you'd better leave as soon as possible. After all, this city is Kelowna Shinryu's territory. If we are targeted by that dragon, it will be very troublesome even for us. Kelowna Shinryu is not as easy to fool as those old guys in the Michael Club." The person the fat young man was talking to was Arax, the only dream-eating taper in the world that lived in a flat world and had incredible power. I've heard of Kelowna Shinryu's power long ago, but I haven't had the chance to see it. I wonder how the dream of the guardian of Kelowna tastes. Arax smiled slightly. Different from the fat young man who was eating the popcorn attentively, he was looking at the small gift box in his palm. Should he open it or not? I advise you not to have any ideas about Kelowna Shinryu, especially in this land. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved you. The extremely fat young man shook his head. Even if you've already obtained a fragment of the world and have the qualifications to join us, you're still too weak. But it's only the completion of the test. It's not official yet. That's really strict. Arax shook his head. The Fallen. Fallen. The extremely fat young man frowned and then said with displeasure, "You will soon be one of us, so don't use such biased words. We are. Transcendence." Arax just smiled and put away the gift box in his hand. He stood up and said, "It's okay to be targeted by Kelowna Shinryu. We can still avoid trouble. If the owner of that shop sets his eyes on you, it won't be as simple as that." Club. When the extremely fat young man mentioned the true dragon of the Divine Land, he was only afraid. But now he was completely silent. Then he grabbed handfuls of popcorn and stuffed them into his mouth without a word. "Dong Zhua, your task is just to monitor me to complete the test." Arax said indifferently, "Now that my test is over, let's leave. This city is favored by the owner of that shop, so I suggest to keep a low profile." Well, the fat young man didn't refute. He nodded and stood up. There was a distortion of space behind him. This was a passage leading to the dimensional crevice, where the so-called transcendents lived. They called this place Morna Sea. Arax followed Dong Zhua into this crevice. After the two disappeared, it slowly faded away and finally calmed down. After they left, the rooftop suddenly became as bright as day. It turned out that there was a square below, and this building was the hotel of the square. Tonight was Christmas Eve, so there was a large-scale event in the square. Those that were lit up were colorful lights. Magic power, a wonderful power. It used to exist only in movies or fantasy works. Professor Trevor never thought that he would really master it one day. In the morgue, through the ritual array recorded in the Book of the Dead, Professor Trevor was happily absorbing the souls of the fresh corpses. The pure magic power transformed from them made Professor Trevor feel indescribably comfortable. He seemed to be much younger, full of spirit and full of strength. Of course, Professor Trevor knew that this was just an illusion. After absorbing the spirits, this feeling would disappear, and his body would still be that old body. I really envy the young body, full of vitality. Professor Trevor opened his eyes and looked at Wang Yuechuan, who was sitting next to him and absorbing the spirits together. His body was old, and his vitality was far less than that of a young man. The amount of spirit power he could absorb was naturally less than that of Wang Yuechuan, who was in the golden age of his life. It could be said that he could only absorb less than 1/3 of the amount at most during a transformation ritual, and the rest was all given to Wang Yuechuan. Even though Wang Yuechuan did not deliberately snatch the energy during the process of absorption. However, the pure magic energy that was converted still chose the body next to him, which had more vitality and potential. A trace of haze flashed in Professor Trevor's eyes. He was not reconciled. He was not reconciled to the fact that he had clearly obtained the Book of the Dead. He clearly had the ability to interpret this great ancient book. But in the end, he could only work for others and watch Wang Yuechuan grow stronger step by step. He was afraid that when he was no longer useful, he would be kicked away by this guy, right? However, even if this happened in the future, Professor Trevor didn't resent anything. Because, in his opinion, this was really a normal thing. If it were him, he might not be as patient as Wang Yuechuan. How could the ancient and great power of the Book of the Dead be easily shared with others? Even if they were as close as a wife and children, there were some secrets that couldn't be exposed. The fragile teacher's eyes suddenly looked at the black crystal used for the engraving ritual. This crystal was bought from Lu Zixing, and it contained the special power of the Book of the Dead. Now Trevor felt that his accumulated magic power was enough to activate the special power in this black crystal. The Book of the Dead didn't tell Wang Yuechuan about the soul chapter. Professor Trevor's eyes flashed with a luster called greed. As long as he could seize this young body, not only could he regain his youth, but he would also gain decades of life out of thin air. More importantly, Wang Yuechuan was also a person with magic power. If he could successfully swallow his soul, Professor Trevor firmly believed that he would be able to improve his mastery of the Book of the Dead to another height. Please don't blame me, dear King. Who asked you to send such a gift to me? Tonight is Christmas Eve. I'm embarrassed not to give you a gift in return. Just as when he wanted to buy the black crystal in Lu Zixing's hand, he sold everything that could be sold regardless of his family's objection, even at the expense of breaking the law. Professor Trevor had begun to quietly communicate with the special power contained in the black crystal. Wang Yuechuan still sat on the ground unaware, concentrating on absorbing the power of the spiritual body. Professor Trevor also closed his eyes at the same time. He only felt that his consciousness seemed to have left his body, watching everything in the morgue from a strange angle. His consciousness seemed to have turned into a dormant poisonous snake. When a poisonous snake comes out of its hole, it must be for its prey. Wang Yuechuan was his prey. Dear King, please become my nourishment. I will treat your body well. Trevor's consciousness suddenly opened at this time and flew directly toward Wang Yuechuan's body. He even seemed to see the glory of the moment of success. But just as his consciousness was about to pounce into Wang Yuechuan's body, Wang Yuechuan, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Trevor's consciousness. Did he see me? Trevor's consciousness was shocked. Before he even had time to think about it, he saw Wang Yuechuan sneer disdainfully. He stretched out his arm quickly, picked up the black crystal placed on the ground, and then smashed it heavily on the ground. No! Professor Trevor's consciousness let out a shrill scream as he watched the black crystal shatter completely under Wang Yuechuan's smash. When the black crystal shattered, Trevor's consciousness seemed to suffer the pain of a car being torn apart. An enormous suction force directly sucked his consciousness away. In just an instant, Professor Trevor got rid of the sense of freedom from the body shackles and returned to the swamp again. This old and weak body was like a dilapidated prison for him. No. When he opened his eyes, his vision had returned to the normal vision of the human body. Professor Trevor's face was pale at this time, and he had a headache. He knew that this was the effect of the mystic art's backlash due to the failure of the mystic art. At this time, for Wang Yuechuan, he wasn't even as threatening as a child with a crowbar. Looking at Wang Yuechuan's condescending and indifferent eyes, Professor Trevor knew that he had completely failed, but he was unwilling that all of this happened so quickly. Obviously, success was so close to him. Why would you know? Professor Trevor was like a candle in the wind at this moment. His life seemed to have lost countless times this time. Looking at Professor Trevor's unwilling gaze, Wang Yuechuan shook his head. He didn't say anything. He just bent down and reached out to touch the button on the shoulder of Professor Trevor's coat. Under Professor Trevor's incredible gaze, Wang Yuechuan simply tore off the button on his shoulder and then pinched it open. Eavesdropping device. Professor Trevor clearly saw what was in the cracked button. He couldn't help but feel relieved, but also a little bitter. It turned out that this fellow had been keeping track of his whereabouts all this while. "Professor, have you forgotten what my essential job is?" Wang Yuechuan said indifferently, "We share the Book of the Dead. Do you think I will really be afraid that only you can translate it, and I can't restrict your freedom? What do you want?" Professor Trevor's face was ashen. He only hoped to negotiate with Wang Yuechuan at this moment. After all, only he could interpret the Book of the Dead. He was betting that Wang Yuechuan didn't dare to kill him. The Book of the Dead involves too many things. This kind of power shouldn't be owned by ordinary people. Wang Yuechuan's gaze suddenly turned cold. If this extraordinary power is obtained by humans, they will only commit more crimes, just like Chao Yu at the beginning. "Professor Trevor, I still have some reservations about you. I have been waiting for you to not do anything to me. But in the end, you still couldn't restrain your greed. You, a highly cultivated professor, are already like this, let alone those who suffer injustice in society. I can't let this power leak and endanger the society and this country. So I'm sorry. You want to kill me." Professor Trevor's voice suddenly became sharp and full of fear. Wang Yuechuan said indifferently, "I'm just eliminating the unstable factors." Trevor hurriedly said, "Only I can interpret the Book of the Dead. If you kill me, you won't know its real secret." Wang Yuechuan shook his head. "It doesn't matter. I have personally verified the authenticity of the Book of the Dead. In the future, there will be more talents to interpret the Book of the Dead. Never underestimate the elites of our country. If you can do it, we can do it too." Professor Trevor was stunned. Listening to Wang Yuechuan's tone, he suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect you to be so loyal to the country. Ha ha ha. Idiot. Idiot. What can the country give you? You idiot." "It didn't give me anything." Wang Yuechuan reached out to grab Professor Chui Fo's head and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, Professor Chui Fo's neck was broken. Wang Yuechuan said faintly, "But it raised me." "That's enough." After Professor Trevor died, his eyes were wide open with a look of extreme hatred and unwillingness. Wang Yuechuan shook his head and put down Professor Trevor's body. Then he frowned and thought about how to deal with Professor Trevor's matter. However, the old policeman who was about to retire guarding the morgue outside had been hypnotized. After leaving, he could destroy the surveillance video. This matter could be done very well. As a master criminal investigator, it was naturally instinctive how to deal with the aftermath. Do it as soon as he thought of it. If he delayed for a minute, there might be more variables. Wang Yuechuan quickly packed up everything and erased the traces of the ritual carved on the ground. Finally, he carried Professor Trevor's body and walked toward the door of the morgue. But when he put his hand on the door handle of the morgue, he was suddenly stunned. The door was locked. How could it be locked? Wang Yuechuan subconsciously twisted the door handle very hard. "No, don't waste your effort. I locked it. You can't get out." At the same time, a frightened and trembling voice came to Wang Yuechuan's ears from outside the door. It was the voice of the old policeman who was supposed to be hypnotized. Wang Yuechuan, I saw you kill someone. You can't escape. Turn yourself in." The old policeman said nervously at this time. Wang Yuechuan took a deep breath at this time and felt cold all over. Firstly, the temperature in the morgue was relatively low. Secondly, he felt a sense of crisis. This old policeman was obviously hypnotized. This kind of hypnosis shouldn't be solved. How did he wake up? There was no doubt that if he couldn't get out, he would be charged with murder under the right circumstances. This was still Ma Hao's territory. In short, this was the most troublesome situation. Wang Yuechuan's mind turned quickly, and he quickly thought about countermeasures. Outside the morgue, the old policeman stared at the door nervously at this time. Although the door was locked, he still felt that it was not safe, so he moved a table and other things to block the door. I didn't expect that I would be able to catch a murderer when I am about to retire. I have been doing nothing for a lifetime. Am I going to be famous in the end? The old policeman's heart was very complicated at this time. He couldn't tell whether it was fear, nervousness, or excitement. He naturally didn't notice that behind him, a shadow was looking at this scene with interest. Chapter 747. Open the door. Wang Yuechuan thought for a moment, then calmly shouted towards the door of the morgue. Don't even think about it. You killed someone. I will never open the door. The old policeman became more nervous when he heard Wang Yuechuan's words. I can't bear the responsibility if something happens. You just need to open the door. You won't be involved. Wang Yuechuan said indifferently. You should know my background. This time I have a special task. This is part of the task. Task? What task? To kill someone? The old policeman shook his head. Oh, how did you get in? Why didn't I know about it? You're so sneaky. You must have done something shady. And this person is a foreigner. Open the door. If you don't open the door, you can't bear the responsibility if something happens. Wang Yuechuan shouted coldly. His voice was filled with an unquestionable tone. When the old policeman heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and he was so scared that he almost moved a chair to block the door. I can't make the decision. I'm sorry. Since the old policeman had been guarding this kind of position that didn't have much room for promotion, he had long cultivated a profound skill of self-preservation. No matter what, he wouldn't take on this kind of matter himself. I'll report it. You. Wang Yuechuan gritted his teeth. At this moment, no matter how calm he usually was, he almost lost his sense of propriety. When it came to this kind of thing, even if he had 1,000 reasons, he could not explain it clearly. Moreover, he could not casually tell this matter to an ordinary old policeman who guarded the morgue. Even if he told them, they would only regard him as a lunatic. Ah, Sir Ma, why are you here? Suddenly, Wang Yuechuan heard the old policeman outside the door shouting with a trace of surprise. Wang Yuechuan's heart sank after hearing that. If it was this old policeman, he would have the ability to deal with him and try his best to think of a way. But if it was Ma Hao, the situation was naturally different. For some reason, there was a smell of gunpowder between him and Sir Ma in the station from the beginning. This Ma Hao was obviously uncomfortable with him in all kinds of ways. So how could he easily let him go at this time? This guy wasn't good at anything else, but his hatred of evil was real. Wang Yuechuan had nothing to say about this. Oh, I was about to get off work, so I just came to take a look. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Ma Hao's voice sounded unhurriedly. Obviously, he didn't know what was going on here. Sir Ma really did not know what happened here. In all honesty, tonight he planned to have a candlelight dinner with Mrs. Ma and pursue the passion of his youth with the help of his second child's happy occasion. If Lin Feng had not said that he saw Wang Yuechuan sneaking into the morgue with some people, he would not have bothered to come to such an unlucky place. He did not know if coming to such a place would bring bad luck, and if it would affect his dinner with his wife later. Just as he was thinking about this, the old policeman guarding the morgue said something that made Officer Ma's jaw almost drop to the ground. Sir Ma, inside there was a murder. That Officer Wang from the Provincial Bureau killed someone inside. He killed a foreigner. Oh, you mean old Wang killed someone? Ma Hao nodded. It's not a big deal. Wait, what did you say? Looking at Ma Hao's horrible appearance, the old policeman suddenly hurriedly said, Wang Yuechuan killed someone in the morgue. I saw it with my own eyes. There is also video evidence. F*CK. What's going on? Mahoud moved his mouth and looked at the door of the morgue that was blocked by a chair in disbelief. It's really... As soon as he heard the news, Lin Feng, who quickly went to the surveillance screen to check, also turned back in shock at this time. Sir Ma, look! In the surveillance video, Wang Yuechuan, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly stood up, then threw something on the ground. Then he said a few words to the frightened foreigner and suddenly killed. Clearly, completely, and without any exaggeration, he killed someone. Wang Yuechuan, you really killed someone? Although he had seen it clearly in the video, Mahoud still subconsciously looked at the door and asked in a deep voice. He really did not have a good impression of this guy, but it was undeniable that this guy's work was also commendable. Instinctively, Mahoud did not believe that this guy would do such a thing as killing someone. Taking a step back, this guy looked very arrogant, but he really was the kind of person who could blow up the heavens. Moreover, he had a very bright future. If his head wasn't caught by a door, why would he kill people and destroy his own future? However, in the face of Mahoud's question, there was no response in the morgue. If it weren't for Wang Yuechuan's appearance, still being captured in the surveillance video at this time, and Professor Trevor's body on the ground, Mahoud even thought that there was no one inside. I will turn myself in. Just as the strange atmosphere was spreading here, suddenly Mahoud and Lin Feng heard Wang Yuechuan say such a sentence slowly. This guy really killed someone. Mahoud and Lin Feng looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. The coin kept spinning between his hands. In the last seat on the second floor of the city's sightseeing bus, the young man with a depressed look was leaning against the window, looking at the billboards that passed by in front of him. Because it was Christmas Eve, there were very few people sitting on the sightseeing bus at this time. They were in twos and threes, but they were in pairs. However, this did not mean that the surroundings were very quiet. On the contrary, it was very noisy and the road was like flowing water. Lu Zixing felt a little cold. The slight chill began to spread from the soles of his feet, but in general his body and bones were not too uncomfortable. In fact, living in this era, even beggars or tramps on the road did not feel cold easily because there was no shortage of clothes. But he felt that his clothes were not enough to cover his body. In general, Lu Zixing did not resist the foreign festival of Christmas Eve. After all, many years ago, his father sent him abroad to study. During that period of time, he spent several different Christmas Eve. Compared with foreign countries, the domestic atmosphere was also good, but it was obviously still a lot worse. It was more of a festival for young people, but this was a festival that should belong to the family. Suddenly, he flicked the coin that was spinning between his two fingers up. The coin that rose and finally fell into his palm, and then was covered by another palm. Heads or tails? Lu Zixing did not open it to see, but his face gradually darkened. Suddenly, he slowly took his palm away and glanced at the direction of the coin in his palm. He just glanced at it, and then his head leaned against the window again. The coin began to spin between his fingers again, 37 times. 37 times in a row. Even if he guessed heads, he could not get the real heads of the coin. His luck could be said to be terrible. In fact, there was a traffic jam in front, which seemed to be the cause of a vehicle collision in front. Lu Zixing slowly sighed, only to feel that his head was a little heavy. The wound in his ear kept coming, making him feel very uncomfortable. Everything felt terrible, especially after yesterday's massacre in the gambling hall and turning danger into safety. Lu Zixing felt as if he had the help of God. Now that he was so unlucky, Lu Zixing had a feeling of decline after reaching the pinnacle. He began to toss the coin for the 38th time again, and silently said heads in his heart. After gently opening his palm, it was tails. It was always unsatisfactory. The 39th time. When the coin was thrown, it made a buzzing sound, but it was immediately covered by the horns of the surrounding vehicles. Heads. It was still tails. Lu Zixing stood up expressionlessly and chose to get off at this place. The driver did not stop him. In fact, several people on the first floor of the bus had already gotten off earlier. Driver, how long is it to Baiyun Road South? Before getting off, Lu Zixing turned around and asked, "Walk there? It's not far, about 10 minutes." The driver responded casually. There was a famous tea house in Baiyun Road South, which was Lu Zixing's destination this time. As the driver said, it was only a 10-minute journey, and Lu Zixing soon came to the front of the tea house. Saying that it was a little famous meant that it was a little famous in the circle of the rich. In fact, this tea house was quite famous in the whole process. Although the consumption was very expensive, on such a special night, many young men were still willing to be ruthless. Lu Zixing entered the door, and a waiter who was walking towards him was about to ask, but he shook his head and refused. Then he walked straight in one direction. This was not the kind of place where the rules were really strict and deliberately showed off. There was no rule that one must wear formal clothes to enter. Lu Zixing walked past the tables and finally came to a seat in the corner. A woman was sitting here early. She was wearing sunglasses and ordered a cup of coffee. From time to time, she looked at the time on her phone. She seemed to be waiting for someone, and gradually became anxious until Lu Zixing arrived. The woman clearly saw Lu Zixing walking all the way from a distance, and she quickly took off her sunglasses. Lu Zixing finally came in front of her. He moved his mouth slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Sorry, there's a traffic jam." "Take a seat first," the woman hurriedly said in a low voice. After Lu Zixing sat down, she quickly said, "What's the matter?" "I don't have much time. I lied to Mom that I have something to do at home, so I came out. I have to go back quickly." Lu Zixing looked at the woman in front of him, his wife. He was a little bitter. He didn't expect this woman to come out to see him, but he didn't expect that after a phone call she would agree to come out. At this time, there were thousands of words to say. Lu Zixing could only smile bitterly in the end. "Thank you for coming out to see me," I thought. The woman's expression was quite complicated. Her eyes moved slightly, and she struggled to move away from Lu Zixing's slightly hot gaze. In the end, she sighed. "After all, we are husband and wife. I don't want to be too ruthless. Child, very good, but recently I have a little cough at night. I often can't sleep. Mom said that this is childhood whooping cough, and it needs to be treated slowly." Lu Zixing smiled and said, "I was not in good health when I was a child. This child should be like me, but you will get used to it after coughing. When you grow up, you will get better. You need to exercise more. I don't see you do much exercise usually." The woman smiled. It was a natural and calm smile, but such a smile quickly dimmed. Lu Zixing clearly felt that there were still feelings between him and his wife. He suddenly understood that even if he lost the qualification to have family affection, his wife was more than family affection to him. Perhaps love was still there, but what he had done in the past disappointed it. So it quietly closed the door and hid. "Let's not talk about anything else. You asked me out today for what? Is Mom's health okay?" Lu Zixing thought for a while and suddenly asked. "She's okay, but she hasn't been able to eat much recently. The company's affairs are also busy." The woman shook her head. "I used to think that Mom was a young lady who didn't know anything. I didn't expect her to regain control of the company. Her means are as strong as she can be. It's not like the same person. The company in the beginning was built by Mom and my dad." Lu Zixing shook his head. "She is actually a strong woman. It was only after I was born that she changed a little. However, I always let her down." The woman suddenly looked at Lu Zixing and gritted her teeth. "Zixing, your ears." Lu Zixing pulled his hat down a little and shook his head. "Mom is still soft-hearted." The woman lowered her voice. "Maybe she is really angry with you this time. So she wants to teach you a lesson. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its own child. Not to mention that she is your biological mother. After a while, when Mom calms down, why don't you let me?" She had never seen such a down-and-out Lu Zixing. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but this man who had been sleeping beside her pillow seemed to have aged 10 years after not seeing him for a few days. "And okay." Lu Zixing nodded gently. If this could be the case, it would naturally be for the best. However, only he knew that this was absolutely impossible. How could the things that he had sold still be there? He just felt that his wife still had some residual feelings for him, and he didn't want to let her be too disappointed and painful. Perhaps, in his wife's mind, there would be a day when he would be forgiven by Mrs. Liu, turn over a new leaf, return to the Liu family, and live a happy life from then on. Probably every woman had such a wish, right? On this special day, even if he knew that such a wish would not come true, it was better not to say it out loud. Let it be gently, gently accompanied. By the way, put this into the company's account. Liu Zixing slowly pushed out a check to his wife. The amount on the check made his wife's expression change. She stared at her husband in disbelief, as if she was trying her best to guess where he got such a huge amount of wealth from. Don't worry. Although it's not a legitimate source, it won't be investigated, Liu Zixing said softly. You just have to ask the name of the account. The Four Seasons Group is not a small company. Take this money as compensation for my losses over the years. With this fund, I believe the company will have better development. I'll leave first. Liu Zixing got up and left. His wife put her palm on the check and looked at Liu Zixing's back as he left. She wanted to ask him to stay several times, but when Liu Zixing's back was about to disappear in front of the tea house, she suddenly stood up. Zixing! Liu Zixing's figure paused, and he finally pushed the door open and left. He walked out of the tea house and looked up on the street. He heard that the air in winter was cleaner, but he couldn't see many stars. Even the Big Dipper was only faintly visible. He laughed at himself and took out the coin from his pocket. With a flick of his thumb, the spinning coin fell into his arm. He said in his heart, heads. However, when he opened his palm, it was still tails. Chapter 748. Lang Yong. Greetings, young master. Lang Wu. Greetings, young master. The faces of the two Wolf Clan warriors were still a little pale. But the moment Purple Star appeared, the two Wolf Clan warriors immediately stood up and bowed. They had been taught since they were young to be loyal to the greedy Wolf Clan's Purple Star, young master for life, and to devote their lives to her. Thank you for your hard work. Purple Star looked at the two greedy Wolf Clan warriors and was naturally filled with emotion. She came out of the greedy Wolf Clan from the plateau, and after many twists and turns, only these two were left. It could be said that she was at a disadvantage. The two greedy Wolf Clan warriors were telling Purple Star what happened after the battle at the riverbank that day. After hearing that Purple Star's young master was seriously injured, they couldn't help blaming themselves. Little brother Zhuifeng, I feel like you have saved our clan's young master. Lang Yong looked at the uneasy Zhuifeng standing behind Purple Star at this time and showed a grateful smile. In the future, you will be my Lang Yong's brother. If you are in trouble, I will definitely come to your rescue. If you don't do anything harmful to the greedy Wolf Clan, I will take care of everything in this world for you. On the one hand, he was really grateful to this little monster for saving their young master. Such a great kindness should naturally be repaid by the greedy Wolf Clan. On the other hand, Lang Yong looked at Zhuifeng and saw that he was just a child among monsters. Such a child couldn't cause any big trouble, so he could naturally exaggerate without any pressure. Zhuifeng looked at Lang Yong a little unprepared. Can he really take care of everything? When he faced these greedy Wolf Clan members, his mood was a little complicated. He had already opened the inheritance of the greedy Wolf Star, although it was a huge thing that took a long time to absorb. From some of the knowledge that had been sorted out, Zhuifeng was clear about the origin of the greedy Wolf Clan and the greedy Wolf Star. The greedy Wolf Clan was the guardian clan of the greedy Wolf Star. The Purple Star Young Master was the name of the greedy Wolf Clan's young master. He had the highest status in the greedy Wolf Clan, but this was also within the greedy Wolf Clan. If Purple Star was the emperor of the Ravenous Wolf Clan, then the Ravenous Wolf Star was the faith of the Ravenous Wolf Clan, and the Purple Star Young Master was the sacrifice of every generation of the Ravenous Wolf Star. Zhuefeng even had an idea that as long as he proved that he was the contemporary greedy wolf star, whether it was Purple Star, Wolf Brave, Wolf Marshal, or the others, their attitude towards him would most likely undergo a 180-degree change. In the ancient memory inheritance of the greedy wolf star, there was such a memory. In the prosperous era of the demon clan, hundreds of thousands of warriors of the greedy wolf clan knelt beside the greedy wolf star and made a gesture of submission. Every generation of the greedy wolf star looked down on all living things. Although they were not as good as Kelowna Shinryu, they were not far off. The greedy wolf star was still the belief of the greedy wolf clan. It was like a totem. If the ravenous wolf star waved its hand, the ravenous wolf clan would even dare to gallop across the world. Even if they had to fight Kelowna Shinryu, they would not be the slightest bit timid. In the inherited memory of the greedy wolf star, there was a record of a certain generation of greedy wolves pointing their swords at the Kelowna Shinryu of the same generation. A group of guys who were not afraid of anything. A group of guys who valued glory more than their lives. Zhuefeng suddenly remembered the joke-like agreement with Amo Xiaofei before. If one day he and Amo Xiaofei could represent the positions of the two clans respectively, the Greedy Wolf clan was one of the core bloodlines of the ancient demon clan. As long as Zhuefeng revealed his identity as the Greedy Wolf Star, he would have the opportunity to enter the pyramid of Kelowna demon clan. Little brother Zhuefeng, little brother Zhuefeng. Lang Yong's voice sounded. Huh, what are you doing? Zhuefeng was taken aback. He had just woken up from his boundless mental state, looking like he had forgotten himself. Seeing this, Lang Yong and Lang Wu couldn't help but smile. This little monster, who lived a tough life, was probably a little scared by such a promise. He was too excited to think about it, right? Lang Yong immediately coughed softly and said, Little brother Zhuefeng, regarding the previous promise, we are naturally serious, but I also hope that little brother will not act tyrannically. If you do something that angers the heavens, I, Lang Yong, will be the first to not spare you. Zhuefeng laughed awkwardly, subconsciously suppressing the idea of proving that he was the greedy wolf star. Well, Zhuefeng is still just a child, Madame Purple Star said indifferently, then instructed, Lang Yong, Lang Wu, you two continue to recuperate here. I will personally meet this so-called Lord Xiaolong. After coming to this pet hospital, Zixing learned from Lang Yong that Kelowna Shinryu was not there and was replaced by a little Lord Long. This little Lord Long seems to have a deep relationship with the Kelowna dragon god, and she is even suspected to be the illegitimate daughter of Lord Long. Zixing did not dare to neglect such a big matter. At this time, she had already sorted out her mood and was ready to meet him. If there is nothing else, you are free to move around, Zixing said, then opened the door and walked out. But after taking a step, she remembered the promise Lang Yong made to Zhuefeng. Zixing thought for a while, then suddenly took off a small jade pendant from her body. Take this jade pendant. If you have difficulties in the future, you can take it to the plateau. My greedy wolf clan will naturally shelter you. Ah no. Zhuefeng originally wanted to refuse, but when he remembered that Purple Star was the kind of person who kept her word, he immediately accepted it. It's not that he covets the so-called protection of the greedy wolf clan, but this jade pendant seems to be something that Zixing carries with her. Zixing didn't know Zhuefeng's thoughts. After tidying up her clothes slightly, she slowly walked toward an office in the direction indicated by Lang Yong. Watching Zixing leave, Zhuefeng thought of what she just said. He sighed again in his heart. It seems that in the eyes of Zixing, I am just a child. If I prove that I am the greedy wolf star, Zixing will naturally have a completely different attitude towards me, right? But that's not what I want at the same time. In an office, a little girl who was making a cup of coffee and lighting a cigarette was lying on the table like a cripple. She squinted her eyes and looked at the picture on the surveillance video. Watching the conversation between the guy from the Greedy Wolf clan and Zhuefeng, she covered her stomach and laughed. This group of idiots, if they know that Zhuefeng is the contemporary Greedy Wolf star, their facial expressions must be very interesting, right? But looking at Zixing, who was slowly walking toward the office on the screen, the little girl couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Those two werewolf warriors were clearly brawny but simple-minded creatures. It was very easy to fool them. But the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, Zixing, was not so easy to fool. The sound of knocking on the door sounded soon after. Long Shirua frowned and poked the bead left by Chichikamaya on the table with her finger. In the end, she dispelled the idea of using the bead. In order to see the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, it was obviously not worth it to let her bleed once. "Excuse me, is little Lord Long here?" Facing the slightly respectful voice of Zixing outside the door, Long Shirua cleared her throat, then quickly put away the ashtray on the table and said indifferently, "Come in. Come in." Old Lu didn't even raise his head. He was still looking at the documents on the table seriously. Don't think that being the leader of a police station is very easy. It's just that he was not the kind of person who held a high position but did nothing. It was common for him to work overtime until 10 o'clock in the evening every day. The bitterness of a leader was not necessarily known by the people below. "I heard that tonight is Christmas Eve. Should I go back early to accompany my son?" Old Lu had a son when he was old, and he cherished his son very much. Just as he had this thought, old Lu saw Ma Howd walking in with a gloomy face. Why is it this big trouble? Didn't he ask for leave and get off work early to accompany his wife? However, he saw Ma Howd sitting down at this time, staring at him without saying a word. He looked as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed dozens of dead flies. Old Lu didn't know how long it had been since he saw Ma Howd like this. His heart suddenly thumped. I'm getting off work soon." Old Lu quickly stood up and packed the documents. "If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow." "Oh, no, wait until next week." "I'm not free tomorrow. I have to go to a meeting." "Sit down." Ma Howd slapped the table. "Let's talk. Don't be agitated. I just bought this table last month. It's very expensive." Old Lu looked at Ma Howd in fear and said weakly, F***CK. Ma Howd was speechless. Looking at this guy's timid character, Ma Howd wanted to beat him up. Even so, if it wasn't for this timid guy taking care of many things for him, Ma Howd knew that he wouldn't be able to live so well. He sighed and looked at old Lu, saying seriously, "Old Lu, I don't think we can get off work today." "Why? Aren't you going to have dinner with my sister?" Ma Howd looked up and said, "Wang Yuechuan killed someone." "So what? There are people killing people every day. What's the big deal?" "Wait, who did you say?" "Wang Yuechuan." Ma Howd said word by word, "Murder. In the morgue room. I've already got him under control." Old Lu was so scared that he sat down on the chair. The time in the East was always earlier than that in the West. In the Eastern countries, when it was already nighttime, in the West, some areas might still be in the daytime. On a quiet road in a foreign country, Tu Jiaqing, wearing simple and plain clothes, was riding a bicycle slowly. She was listening to the music on her mobile phone and humming a simple melody. There were many things on the basket in front of the bicycle. Not long after, the bicycle stopped in front of a small but very unique manor. In front of the manor, there was a small sign, Angel Welfare Home. There were many homeless or abandoned children in this manor. About half a year ago, this manor was still empty, but now it had become the home of many homeless children. This was arranged by Tu Jiaqing and her sister, Tu Jaya. They just wanted to do something. Maybe it was more for charity, or maybe this kind of life was actually much better than before. Tu Jiaqing carried the things on the bicycle basket, then came to the mailbox in front of the manor. She took out the things in the mailbox and walked into the manor. In the courtyard outside the manor, a group of children were sitting around a woman. The woman was holding a wooden guitar and singing something softly. "Sister Jiaqing." The children found Tu Jiaqing coming back at once and quickly gathered around her because they knew that Tu Jiaqing went out today to buy delicious food for the Christmas dinner tonight. "Come on, Distribute these candies first. But you have to follow the rules. Don't take too much, got it? Tu Jiaqing smiled happily, putting down the box of candies and letting the children divide among themselves. Then she started to organize today's harvest. What did you buy? Tu Jia smiled, carrying the guitar to her sister's side. I bought a lot of good things. Tu Jiaqing didn't turn her head. The boss of the grocery store in town also gave us a bottle of pine nut wine. We can drink some tonight. Her sister smiled. She had never thought of such a life before, but she had never thought that such a life could be so fulfilling. Hey, what's this? Tu Jia saw a small palm-sized box among a pile of sundries. It was tied with a ribbon. It was a gift box. Whose gift is it? Really? Tu Jiaqing looked at it in surprise. It should be from the mailbox? I don't know who sent it. Tu Jia smiled. Maybe it's someone in town. Let's open it and see. Because of this welfare house, many people in town were very friendly to this foreign sister and often sent her something. It was Christmas today, so it was not unimaginable to receive a gift. Her sister, Tu Jiaqing, opened the box slowly. Her sister asked curiously, "What's this?" "Sister, it's a CD." Tu Jiaqing blinked her eyes, her face full of doubts. She took the CD out of the box and raised it slowly, asking confusedly, "But, sister, have you released this album before?" Tu Jiaqing was naturally familiar with each of her sister's albums that had been released, whether it was digital or CD. She had never seen the cover of the CD, so it was natural for her to be curious. Tu Jia took it with a frown and looked at it carefully. "Why is this CD? Strange, it was recorded before I left that place. The post-production wasn't done yet, and it wasn't published yet." "Sister, can I listen to it?" Tu Jiaqing suddenly asked. Tu Jia nodded. The two sisters hurriedly walked into the manor and took out the CD player. Putting in the CD player, a gentle melody accompanied by an almost perfect female voice slowly rang out in the empty house. "Sister, this song is... You wrote it, have you forgotten?" Tu Jia smiled. "It's the first song you wrote on your website. I used it to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect that it couldn't be published. It's a pity." "It's not a pity," Tu Jiaqing said softly. "It's enough that you can sing it." "Silly child." Unknowingly, the children in the house came to the sisters' side one by one, listening to the singing of the CD player quietly. "Sister, do you think this gift is show?" Tu Jia put her finger on her lips gently, motioning them not to speak. Chapter 749. Old Ma and Old Lu smoked one cigarette after another in the office. Even if the ventilator in the office was turned on, it still wouldn't be enough. At this time, Old Lu suddenly inserted the half-smoked cigarette into the ashtray full of cigarette butts, stared at Mahoud and said, "Did he really say that?" Mahoud nodded and said, "This guy is very stubborn. He just said that he had a mission." At that time, he had no choice but to deal with the foreign old man. "I have a mission, and I have no choice." Old Lu frowned. This foreign old man can't be a foreign spy, right? What mission does Wang Yuechuan have? "I know that I can come to you." Mahoud rolled his eyes. "I think this guy doesn't want to disclose. He is so stubborn and not afraid. I don't know if he really has a special mission. Wang Yuechuan is from the province. Although we can't control him, he killed people in our territory." Old Lu shook his head and suddenly asked, "Doesn't this guy have any other request? Make a phone call or something?" "No, he doesn't." Mahoud shook his head and said, "As soon as he came back, I immediately locked him up and searched all his belongings, then locked him up." "What did he find?" Old Lu curiously asked. "And did you find out the identity of the foreign old man?" "I found the old man's ID card. I asked Lin Feng to check it. There should be news soon." Mahoud quickly said, "As for the guy, I didn't find anything. It's just a wallet, keys, mobile phone, etc., and a strange book. In addition to these, there is only a pile of stones, which Lin Feng said were crystals." "A pile of crystals? Book? What book?" "I don't know. It should be a foreign language. Sir Ma shrugged. With his education, he could only recognize 26 English letters in foreign languages. As he spoke, Mahoud suddenly said, "By the way, I also watched the video. This kid and the foreign old man seemed to be fiddling with something in the morgue. I don't know what they were drawing on the ground, but they sat there for a long time, like some kind of ritual." "Ceremony?" Old Lou opened his mouth wide. "It's a little strange, like a cult? Is this foreign old man some kind of terrorist?" Old Lou's fingers trembled. It wasn't that he didn't think so. Not long ago in the city, probably just before the Golden Week, there was an extremely cruel serial murder case in the city's gymnasium. The murderer was caught and escaped halfway. At that time, it was classified as a terrorist attack. He didn't know if these two cases were related. "I can't say for sure. We have too little information and can't use it at all. I say, Old Lou, do you think you should call the person in the province and ask?" Mahoud asked seriously. Old Lou looked at Mahoud with some embarrassment. He was the kind of person who was about to retire to the second line. He believed in the principle of non-interference and just wanted to land safely. He didn't want to encounter any terrible things, but this thing, well, you go out first. I'll make a phone call and report it. Let's see. Old Lou sighed. He knew that with Mahoud's character, he couldn't avoid it no matter what. Unexpectedly, when Mahoud walked out of Old Lou's office, Lin Feng hurriedly ran over and said in a panic, "Sir Ma!" Wang Yuechuan absconded. "What?" Mahoud opened his eyes wide. "You let him go?" F***CK. "Sir Ma, you can't wrong people." "Then tell me, how did he escape from the detention center?" "I saw him being locked up with my own eyes." Mahoud suddenly said angrily. Lin Feng said helplessly, "I don't know. It's just that the policeman on guard fainted outside the cabin door. I went to the surveillance room to take a look. The people inside also fainted, and the surveillance records were also destroyed." "What about the murder part?" Mahoud hurriedly asked. "That part was also erased." Lin Feng was quite helpless. Seeing that Mahoud was about to go crazy, he hurriedly said, "But I was afraid that something would happen, so I secretly memorized it." Mahoud scratched his head hard. He couldn't have done so much alone. "Is there someone else helping him?" "But it shouldn't be. Didn't he come here alone?" With that, Mahoud directly pushed open the door of Old Lou's office with a gloomy face, only to see Old Lou frowning and looking at him. As soon as he put down the phone, Old Lou said, "The management said to immediately escort Wang Yuechuan to the police station. If he resisted, they allowed to kill him. But he escaped." Quickly looking behind him, Wang Yuechuan immediately adjusted his walking posture and tried to keep himself calm. He walked into a taxi unhurriedly and told the driver a place. Then he closed his eyes, leaned against the back seat, and adjusted his breathing. He almost ran out of the police station at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. No wonder, Chow, you could calmly take things from the evidence room and leave without finding anything. This was the mysterious magic of the Book of the Dead. Wang Yuechuan's breathing had slowly calmed down, and he began to think about everything that had happened in the morgue. In fact, choosing to surrender was not the best way to get out of trouble he had come up with. Using the power of magic to hypnotize Mahoud and others on the spot, destroy everything, and even make Mahoud and others temporarily forget what had happened. With his current ability, it was not impossible. The reason for all this was he received a phone call at that time. Wang Yuechuan did not know why this phone call would be so coincidental at this time, but the name on the caller ID made Wang Yuechuan not refuse to answer. "Chief, what's the matter? I happen to have some trouble now. If possible, please make it short." Wang Yuechuan knew in his heart that the matter of the Book of the Dead could not be explained clearly in a short time, and now was not the best time to explain it. "Trouble? What trouble? Do you need my help? I can solve it." Wang Yuechuan quickly gave an answer. At this time, he intended to follow the original plan of hypnosis, leaving and returning to the provincial bureau to report this matter. That's good. The voice on the other end of the phone was a little low and hurried. Wang Yuechuan, listen. After you solve the current trouble, I want you to stop all the work at hand immediately. I have an important task for you to complete. What task? Wang Yuechuan frowned, unexpectedly at this critical moment, but he did not suspect anything, just felt puzzled. Only he and the person on the phone knew this phone call, and it was the only channel for them to secretly contact each other, and he was very familiar with this voice. Where are you now? The city you were assigned to last time? I'm still there. Well, go to a place called this as soon as possible to meet a person. I'll let this person wait for you for 2 days. What you have to do next is to cooperate with him unconditionally. The code for your connection is... Wang Yuechuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the scenery around him. Although there were many things in his heart that he could not figure out, he decided to go to the appointed place first and see the person who would make the connection. He had rarely heard the chief speak in such an urgent tone, unless something serious had happened. Wang Yuechuan gently patted the Book of the Dead that he had taken back and now hid in his clothes. This book was of great importance. If he did not see the chief in person, he would not even dare to expose it. This kind of thing could only be proven when he personally verified it in front of that person. He also knew that the people above were not completely united. That person had many enemies as well. Sir, how long will it take to reach the Lanling residence? Wang Yuechuan asked the driver in a low voice. It's hard to say, boss. The driver did not turn his head. Look at this time, it's rush hour. Besides, tonight is Christmas Eve, and there are many people coming out to play. By the way, boss, where are you going to play? I'm a little tired. Call me when you arrive. Wang Yuechuan casually dismissed him. Basically, Luoqiu did not think that he would be in such a situation, like some of the male protagonists in the popular novels on the internet, following behind a few women who could be defined as beautiful women, and then carrying large and small things from generation to generation, the women's trophies. To be exact, sub-editor Ren's trophies were the majority, and then 3 of them were Lizzie's trophies, snacks, in order to reduce the burden of her master. Even if sub-editor Rin patted her chest and promised to buy whatever she wanted on the premise that she would pay for it, she still did not choose anything. Why was this? Obviously, it was just a meal, but before the meal, it became shopping in the mall? Don't blame me. I didn't know that there were so many people eating there. After getting a number, I had to queue for 2 hours. While saying this, Rin Xiling was in a jewelry store, letting the sales lady take out several hand gestures to choose. Lizzie seemed to have no interest in these things. She was in front of a shop selling milk tea, waiting for her fruit buffet. As for the servant girl, she was casually browsing the other jewelry store cabinets. You don't seem to have the habit of wearing jewelry. Luoqiu glanced at the various bags on the ground. If he bought it again, he estimated that he would have to wear it around his neck. This was a method that Boss Luo was very resistant to, whether mentally or physically. I don't have it. Ren Xiling pouted and said, Who said that I bought it for myself? I bought it for Yu Yi. By the way, does this necklace look good? Don't look at me like a piece of wood. Can't you give me some advice? Give it to her. Luoqiu was a bit surprised. Ren Xiling rolled her eyes and said angrily, Such a good future daughter-in-law. What's wrong with me giving her something? Do you have an opinion? It's so hard to choose. I feel that these are not suitable. How long could he accompany her? Luoqiu quietly looked at Ren Xiling's troubled look. Soon he would leave the city and wouldn't come back for a while, in the name of studying abroad. Luoqiu didn't know what kind of changes the club would bring to this city if it continued to exist. But one thing was certain, excluding those ordinary human guests, there would be more and more non-human guests in the future. Too many incredible things happened in the same place. Maybe one day it would attract the attention of the world. Although these things could be easily suppressed by Elder Luoqiu, it was not a big deal. But Ren Xiling's soul was too beautiful. An incomparably dazzling rainbow of colors, a color that resembled colored glass. Got it? Ran Xiling's eyes suddenly brightened at this time. She stood up directly and pulled Yi over. Under the servant girl's curious gaze, she picked up a silver white ring from the jewelry box, and then put it on Yu Ye's slender middle finger with a smile. Just right. That's it. Yi glanced at her master, only to see Luocha nodding slightly and taking it. Of course, such an action didn't escape the eyes of Sub-Editor Rin. You, are you his girlfriend or a worker? Do you need to care about this guy's face when taking my things? Ran Xiling hummed. Let me tell you, this guy is too bad. I have to help you teach him a lesson. I'll cherish this gift. Seeing this, Miss Maid took back her finger and held it in front of her chest, saying softly. These words made Sub-Editor Ren's anger disappear. She directly rolled her eyes, but picked up another ring from the jewelry box and directly grabbed Luocha's hand and put it on. Don't blame me for not giving you Christmas gifts as an elder. Ren Xiling raised her nose and said. Luocha looked at the silver white ring on his finger, suddenly a little dazed. Ren Xiling at this time grabbed Yu Ye's hand and Luocha's hand, putting them together, and said softly, Good things come in pairs, rings come in pairs. Don't forget. In the winter night, this pair of hands that grabbed Yu Ye's and mine were a little warm. Where did you copy it? Boss Luo took a deep breath and resolutely spoiled the scene. Madame Rin was stunned and moved her lips, resisting the impulse to beat this guy, and directly pushed them out. Go, 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 go! Go and see if it's our turn to eat. I'll pay the bill here. Miss Rin is really a good person. Miss Maid's fingers slowly rubbed on the ring, walking beside the boss. Luocha just answered softly, and at the same time stopped, turning to look at Yu Yi, and said softly, Let's leave in a few days. Chapter 750. It was not until she really saw this so-called little Lord Long that Zixing was sure that Lang Wu and Lang Yong were not lying. She looked like a little human girl, but at the same time, she exuded the aura of a dragon. It was not a messy dragon, but the extremely pure aura of Shinryu. As the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, Zixing's senses were naturally much sharper than Lang Wu and Lang Yong. It's just that she didn't quite believe Lang Wu's argument that this little Lord Long might be the illegitimate child of Kelowna Shinryu. Compared to this speculation, Zixing had more things to think about. In the ancient inheritance of the Greedy Wolf clan, there were records about Kelowna Shinryu. In the long history of the Greedy Wolf clan, the current Greedy Wolf star was once a genius of the Greedy Wolf clan, Kelowna Shinryu. It could be said that compared to other monster clans, the Greedy Wolf clan had more understanding of Kelowna Shinryu. Kelowna Shinryu did not simply refer to the Dragon Clan. It was actually different from the so-called ancient Dragon Clan. To be precise, Kelowna Shinryu referred to Kelowna's dragon vein, a huge dragon vein that could suppress Kelowna's luck for thousands of years. Kelowna Shinryu was born from this dragon vein, and then it chose a carrier to walk in the human world. It was the guardian of Kelowna. Is this little Lord Long the next generation of Shinryu? If this is the case, then is there something wrong with the current Lord Dragon King? This little Lord Long claims to be the successor of Lord Dragon King. Judging from his aura, his status is probably much higher than Mo Xiaofei. While Purple Star was sizing up little Lord Long was naturally sizing up this Greedy Wolf clan's Purple Star young master. Long Shirua felt that she was someone who had seen the big picture. Even if all the Grand Demon Kings were here, she would be able to handle them. Why would she be afraid of this young master of the Greedy Wolf tribe who had not yet fully matured? However, the look in this little girl's eyes made Long Shua feel a little uncomfortable, as if her secret had been seen through. Long Shirua said indifferently, You are the Ravenous Wolf clan's Purple Star young master. Zixing nodded. Before she truly figured out the identity of this little Lord Long, she planned to maintain as much respect for Kelowna's faith as possible. Zixing heard from Lang Yong that little Lord Long is the successor of Lord Long Jun, successor. Long Shirua's heart moved. In fact, before finding a way to solve the problem of her current appearance, Long Shirua had been thinking about how to explain her existence. And Mo Xiaofei was ordered by her not to disclose it, and only Chi-Chi Kamaya knew about it. That old turtle knew the seriousness of the matter, so he naturally wouldn't say much. During this time, if she didn't appear as a disciple of Chi-Chi Kamaya, she would appear as a suspected descendant of the Xianyuan royal family. Although she had deceived them, if she had to face more monster circles in the future, or even the powerful people of this country, such an identity was not the way to go. Who knew that after becoming like this, she still couldn't recover after such a long time? This Shinryu of Kelowna was also in despair. What could she do? Did she have to confront that profiteer again? If she did it again, what would she do if she directly degenerated into a baby girl? It turns out to be the saintess of Shinryu. Zixing's expression tightened, and she immediately bowed respectfully. Greedy Wolf, Zixing greets your highness Saintess Long. If the successor of Shinryu was a man, it would be the Saintess Long. If it was a woman, it would naturally be the Saintess. This was a legend passed down since ancient times. There's no need for pleasantries. Long Shirua was too lazy to care about her current identity. It was fine as long as she felt that she could intimidate people. I heard from your 2 subordinates that your team came out of the plateau and was attacked by unknown people on the way to Mount Tai's conferred god altar. They even stole the secret treasure of the Greedy Wolf clan. After that, you were injured and your whereabouts are unknown. I'm ashamed to say this. Zixing sighed and blamed herself. It's also Zixing's fault for underestimating the enemy. That's why I ended up in this situation. I've made a fool of myself in front of Saintess Long. Long Shirua shook her head. Young Master Zixing has inherited the power of the Greedy Wolf and is also the priest of the Greedy Wolf clan. Her strength is equivalent to the Demon King among the great beasts. Although you are young, you have the help of the Greedy Wolf clan's warriors. In the end, you let the opponent leave calmly. It can only be said that the opponent's strength is frightening. Do you know the origin of the opponent? I only know that it's a woman with white hair. Zixing frowned and said, she uses a very strange sword, but it doesn't look like the kind of weapon refined by the cultivators of Kelowna. As for this mysterious woman, I feel that her bone age is not old. I'm afraid that she is not more than 30 years old. Long Shirua lowered her head and pondered for a while. Suddenly, she looked at Zixing and said, Do you remember the appearance of the opponent? Zixing nodded, then quickly glanced at the desk in the office and said directly, Saintess Long, can I borrow a pen and paper? Use it. Long Shirua nodded, but suddenly remembered Lang Yong's painting ability, and a strange expression appeared on her face. This young Master Zixing, no matter what, should be right. Zixing took out a piece of A4 paper, took a pencil, and began to sketch carefully. Looking at Zixing's professional appearance, Long Shirua was slightly relieved. And this appearance, she does have the demeanor of a master. This young Master Zixing's speech and temperament are the best of the best. Such a girl can be regarded as an anomaly among the Greedy Wolf clan. It's really rare that that group of brave and fierce guys can train such an outstanding young master. I see that there is a trace of Buddha nature in you. Have you ever practiced Buddhism? Long Shirua suddenly asked. Zixing slowly said, I once studied Buddhism with the previous living Buddha for some time at the Holy Palace in Lhasa on the plateau. Long Shirua nodded and said coldly, Greedy Wolf is the inheritance of the young Master of Zixing. If every young Master of Zixing cannot meet the current Greedy Wolf star, they will eventually be swallowed by the Greedy Wolf's hostility, and they will not have a good ending. It seems that after countless years of lessons, the Greedy Wolf clan has learned to be smart. They know to let you learn Buddhism to wash away the Greedy Wolf's hostility from the inside. And it seems that the results are not bad. Long Shirua did not feel the hostility from the Greedy Wolf from Zixing, and the power of the Greedy Wolf was quite pure. Although it was now dormant, It was probably because of the injury earlier, but it was enough to make Long Shua think highly of this generation's young master of Zixing. Saintess Long is too kind, Zixing said indifferently, then stopped writing and handed the A4 paper to Long Shi. Long Shua took a look, and her expression suddenly became a little strange. Wedge-like hair, sausage-like lips, although the nose is drawn very well. Why are the eyes also so big? Is this an alien or an Oriental person? F***CK. This girl is also the same kind of person. She is clearly a soul painter of this generation. Saintess Long, have you seen this person? Zixing looked at her with a dignified expression. After all, it was related to the whereabouts of the clan's secret treasure. Long Shua folded the A4 paper and said slowly, I don't have any impression, but I will help you pay attention to the whereabouts of this person. As long as she is still in Kelowna, she can escape detection. Of course, Zixing did not think that Saintess Long was exaggerating. If this Saintess Long released the news of looking for a person in the name of the dragon god of Kelowna, there would naturally be countless monsters willing to inquire about it, so as to owe a favor to the Shinryu. Even a certain institution in this country would give this face and use the country's ability to find the person. In that case, Zixing will thank Saintess Long first. Zixing bowed her head. If I can find the secret treasure in the future, Zixing will definitely visit again to thank Saintess Long. Saintess Long was not the Shinryu of Kelowna. The gratitude of the entire Greedy Wolf clan was very precious. Let's find it first. Long Shirua waved her hand. Now that you and your men are injured, stay in the hospital for treatment during this period of time. I will prepare some medicine for you. It will be good for you. Thank you, Saintess Long. Zixing nodded. She also had plans to recuperate again. In the hospital of the dragon god of Kelowna, it was naturally the safest place who would dare to invade. If there is nothing else, go and rest. Long Shirua shook her head. You have reunited with your men. Naturally, you have a lot to say. Zixing suddenly asked, Saintess Long. Zixing has something to tell the dragon god. I don't know if she won't be back for a while. Long Shirua said casually she went abroad to pick herbs. If you have anything else, it's the same to tell me. If it's really important, I can use a secret method to contact her. Zixing thought for a while, then told her about the bizarre encounter in the cinema and everything that happened in Yen Wuyue's world. Long Shirua frowned and remained silent. When she heard about the world fragment, her breathing seemed to be slightly faster, and it was difficult to keep calm. However, she did not interrupt Zixing's narration, but listened very carefully word by word. The Lonling residence was not a hotel, but a high-end lounge that sold red wine. After the taxi stopped, Wang Yuechuan paid directly and walked into the Lonling residence with his head lowered. According to the instructions of the person who called him, Wang Yuechuan quickly came to one of the private rooms in the Lonling residence. He knocked on the door and at the same time tensed his body so that he could deal with any sudden situation at any time. Come in, the door is not locked. It was a slightly hoarse and low man's voice. Wang Yuechuan pushed the door open and entered. He saw an ordinary-looking man sitting on the sofa in the middle of the wine-tasting room. He was the kind of man who could be easily ignored in a crowd. He was shaking the wine glass in his hand. Wang Yuechuan frowned. This man seemed to be in his 30s. Although he looked quite ordinary, he was not simple. Wang Yuechuan suddenly whispered a secret signal. The man quickly responded, then smiled and said, That person said that you just happened to run into some trouble. I thought that I would have to wait here for at least a day. I didn't expect that you would be able to come so quickly. That was beyond my expectations. It happened, and Wang Yuechuan shook his head, then said seriously, What's your name? Sit down first. The man pointed to a single sofa next to him and began to pour red wine into an empty glass. The expenses here can be reimbursed. It's a waste if we don't drink. I won't drink during the mission. Wang Yuechuan sat down, but refused the other party's invitation. What if I say that this is also the content of the mission? The man smiled faintly again. I remember that you should unconditionally cooperate with me from the moment you see me. Wang Yuechuan stared at the other party, but he couldn't see anything in the other party's eyes. He didn't say a word, directly picked up the glass, and drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. I like this kind of heroism. The man smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is 18. 18? Wang Yuechuan was stunned. Such a name really made him feel like he was being played. 18 shrugged and said, Is it strange? A name is just a code. And 18 is a code. Code, to use numbers as code. That is to say, there is no need for a name. Wang Yuechuan thought in his heart. Generally, if a number is used as a code, the origin is worth guessing. It may be a secret department or a special profession. Wang Yuechuan. Wang Yuechuan directly called out his name. In this way, the two sides knew each other. 18 saluted Wang Yuechuan from afar and said happily, Nice to meet you, Wang Yuechuan. For our upcoming cooperation, let me toast you. Wang Yuechuan frowned, but he still took another sip. This time it was a small sip. The after effect of the red wine was very strong. Although he had a good alcohol tolerance, he would never let the alcohol in his body overdose and affect his sobriety. Even if the so-called overdose only made his body slightly hot, he would not allow it. What is the content of the mission? Wang Yuechuan asked directly. 18 put down the wine glass. While playing with her fingers, she asked softly, Don't worry about this. You will know later. But before we start, I want to ask you a few questions. I hope you can answer me seriously. Is this a test? This operation is getting more and more mysterious. Wang Yuechuan became more and more puzzled in his heart. Ask away, Wang Yuechuan said naturally. The first question. 18 stared into Wang Yuechuan's eyes. If I ask you to give up your identity as a police officer and live in the darkness forever from now on, unable to see the light, would you be willing? Wang Yuechuan's eyebrows twitched. Such a question seemed to point to something. He suddenly raised his head and stared at 18. My mission this time is to be an undercover? Wang Yuechuan had carried out a lot of missions along the way. He once dealt with a group of drug dealers alone, acted as a guard for important people, and experienced life and death several times. But when it came to being an undercover, it was the first time. You answer me first, 18 said calmly. Wang Yuechuan took a deep breath and slowly replied, I obey the organization's arrangement. The second question. 18 had no intention of stopping and asked again, when the organization behind you gives up on you, when the country gives up on you, no longer recognizes you, and even intends to kill you, what will you do? What is my mission? Wang Yuechuan's voice suddenly sank. The first question asked by this guy with the code name 18 already made Wang Yuechuan feel that this operation was a bit strange. And the second question made Wang Yuechuan feel the seriousness of the matter from the side. You still need to answer my question first. 18 leaned back and moved her body. Of course, you can choose not to answer, but I will treat it as you taking the initiative to give up this thing. I will ask that person to find me a suitable one. In fact, I don't need someone who is not capable enough. Wang Yuechuan's pupils contracted hard, but he forced himself to calm down. But at the same time he stared at 18. Even if the organization gives up on me, the country also gives up on me, or even wants to kill me, I will complete the mission. Very good. 18 showed a happy smile, suddenly stood up, and then walked to the window of the room. At the same time, she waved at Wang Yuechuan, motioning him to come over. Wang Yuechuan walked to the window and looked out. At this time, 18 joked, Do you see the traffic policeman downstairs who is writing a ticket? Wang Yuechuan nodded. 18 sneered, You go and kill him. What? 18 said indifferently, The third question is also the last question. Will you kill this traffic policeman? At the same time, this is also the beginning of your mission. Chapter 751. Echo, I swear. I volunteer to be a police officer. I promise to be loyal to the motherland, to the people, and to the law, to obey orders and commands, to observe discipline and keep secrets, to enforce the law impartially and honestly, to fulfill my duties and not be afraid of sacrifice, to serve the people wholeheartedly. I am willing to dedicate myself to the noble cause of public security and work hard to fulfill my oath. After a while, Wang Yuechuan withdrew his gaze from the window and then cast his eyes on the man who claimed to be 18 again. 18 said calmly, "It seems that you already have an answer, right?" Wang Yuechuan said, "I believe that no matter what kind of task it is, even if it is a task that requires the sacrifice of one's life, it must be voluntary. I don't care what the task is, but before that, I am a police officer who has sworn an oath. I also believe that my country will not hurt innocent people just because of a mission." 18 suddenly showed an evil smile and raised his eyebrows. "So, your answer is to refuse?" Wang Yuechuan just glanced at the man indifferently and walked out of the room without saying a word. He finally organized and would do his best to complete any difficult task assigned by the organization. But he was not a machine that only knew how to complete the task. "My existence is confidential and no leakage is allowed." 18 turned around and looked at the back of Wang Yuechuan, who was about to leave. "Do you know what it means for you to leave like this?" Wang Yuechuan didn't stop and sneered. "Of course it means that I don't have to work with a psychopath, that's all." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yuechuan suddenly had a feeling of being in a deadly situation. He had only practiced the Book of the Dead for a short time, but his senses were getting stronger and stronger day by day. 18 was suddenly attacking. Wang Yuechuan staggered his body at a very fast speed, and 18 was kicking fiercely at his back, which even made the sound of wind. Based on this, Wang Yuechuan could conclude that 18 was a guy who was very good at fighting. Wang Yuechuan didn't dare to be careless. He directly retreated and observed 18's movements again. He wasn't too frightened because he was confident in his fighting ability. On the other hand, he also had the mysterious power of the Book of the Dead, so he naturally had something to rely on. But unless it was absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to expose the power of the Book of the Dead. "The person who recommended you said that you are the elite of the elite, but I don't think so." 18 had a mocking look on his face. "You're just Essa." Wang Yuechuan snorted coldly. His body tightened, and he suddenly burst out like a leopard. He threw an uppercut straight at 18's chest. In the army where he served, he had never been afraid of fighting with anyone in the arena. However, 18's strength far exceeded Wang Yuechuan's imagination. He originally thought that this would cause 18 to retreat or be unable to react in time. But unexpectedly, this uppercut, which was almost an all-out attack, was easily received by 18. 18's palm completely wrapped around Wang Yuechuan's fist. Her body didn't even take a step back. Wang Yuechuan could feel the strength coming from 18's hand that was clenching his fist, and he couldn't help but be shocked. A terrible pain came from his fist, as if it was being pressed by a hydraulic press. In just a moment, the pain made Wang Yuechuan break out in a cold sweat, and his lips turned slightly pale. Wang Yuechuan took a deep breath, rotated his arm, and broke free. Then his body also rotated, and with the speed of the rotation, he slammed his elbow toward 18's face. 18 calmly took a small step back. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and pressed on Wang Yuechuan's waist. With a little force, before Wang Yuechuan's elbow hit, his body was directly pushed out and fell to the ground. Wang Yuechuan got up from the ground in a rather embarrassing manner, and his eyes were fixed on every part of 18's body. He knew that he might have encountered the most terrifying opponent since his debut. With such skills and a number as a name, Wang Yuechuan felt more and more mysterious about 18's identity. "You can't win against me." 18 smiled faintly at this time. "So you won't walk out of this room." 18 calmly tidied up her messy sleeves because of her big movements, looked at Wang Yuechuan and said, "To be honest, I like your answer just now. However, You don't meet the requirements. Wang Yuechuan saw a ruthless thing in 18's eye's murderous intent. He had caught a lot of murderers and had seen the murderous intent of these guys, those who wanted to kill. Their eyes couldn't be deceived, whether you can walk out or not. You'll know after you try. Wang Yuechuan sighed, and his eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes were like a small whirlpool. At this moment, 18's eyes suddenly became sluggish in this whirlpool, and he was absent-minded for a moment. At this moment of absent-mindedness, a huge force slammed into 18's abdomen. He seemed to be in disbelief that such a change would happen. At this time, after Wang Yuechuan hit 18's abdomen with a heavy punch, he didn't stop. He instantly bounced up, bent his arm, and directly slammed his elbow toward 18's neck. And at this moment, 18 raised his hand to block at the last moment. This impact was almost all of Wang Yuechuan's strength. Although 18 blocked it, he still staggered back 4 or 5 steps before stabilizing his body. Wang Yuechuan didn't dare to pursue. He had just used the ability of the Book of the Dead to make 18 absent-minded, but he didn't expect his will to be so strong. He was only absent-minded for a moment, and then he completely woke up. What a terrifying guy! Very good guy, you surprised me. 18 slowly exhaled at this time. Wang Yuechuan sneered, Really? Do you want to say that you're only starting to get serious now? 18 shook his head and waved his hand at the same time. Under Wang Yuechuan's puzzled gaze, he sat back down. Why should I fight with you? I don't want to be tricked by your special ability again. Next time, I'm afraid I won't be so lucky to wake up in time. Really? What special ability? Wang Yuechuan said calmly, I've been strong since I was a child. 18 pulled the cork of the red wine bottle and began to pour the red wine. This world is very big. It's not an absolute secret that some people have mastered abilities that ordinary people don't know about. Well, I'm not interested in digging out your secrets. Come and have a drink to moisten your throat. Let's talk about what to do next. What do you mean? Wang Yuechuan frowned, but he didn't understand. He felt that from the moment he walked into this room, he had completely fallen into a big net woven by 18. 18 was like a huge spider hiding in the dark, and he became the insect that crashed into the net. What do I mean? 18 raised her glass at this time and saluted Wang Yuechuan from afar. Of course, you are qualified. Your question just now. Wang Yuechuan didn't relax his vigilance. 18 smiled slightly at this time. If I said that just now, if you were sure that you could kill the traffic policeman downstairs without hesitation, you would not only lose the qualification for this task, but I would even let you pack up and go home directly. Would you believe it? We don't need the kind of killing machine that has no scruples in order to complete the task. Wang Yuechuan, you are good, interesting. Sure enough, everything is just a test? 18 glanced at Wang Yuechuan and suddenly said, I know that there must be a lot of things that you don't understand in your heart, and you even feel uncomfortable about what happened between us before. But 18 suddenly stood up, raised her arm to salute, and her body was as straight as a pole. At this moment, Wang Yuechuan couldn't see any trace of calmness on 18's face, only seriousness and a feeling of iron blood that shocked Wang Yuechuan. National Security Special Operations Bureau, 9th Bureau, 3rd Action Group Leader Lu Jigang, Code 18. After 18 said the sentence, Wang Yuechuan had a trace of solemnity. At this time, 18 took out a small ID book from her clothes to prove her identity. Wang Yuechuan reached out to take it and opened it to take a look. Steel seal, signature, and all kinds of certificates. For a person who had handled cases for many years, he naturally had the ability to distinguish between real and fake documents. After closing the ID, Wang Yuechuan took a deep breath and returned the ID to 18's hand with both hands. Then he took a step back and stomped on the ground, making a sonorous sound. His standing posture was also tall and straight, and he also raised his hand to salute Provincial Public Security Bureau subordinate Wang Yuechuan greets Officer Lu. 18 said seriously at this time, I have obtained the consent of your superior. Now there is a special task entrusted to you. Are you willing to accept it? Wang Yuechuan clasped his hands on both sides of his waist and looked up. I am willing to obey the organization's arrangement, 18 said. Very good. Now, pick up the fruit knife on the table. Wang Yuechuan stepped forward and picked up the fruit knife. Then he took a step back again and stood back to his original place. His movements were meticulous. Use this knife to stab the traffic police downstairs. Wang Yuechuan was startled, but he just frowned. He was not impulsive, because 18's request this time was to stab people, not kill them. 18 said slowly at this time, we need you to become a wanted criminal and then escape. Next, I need you to join a special organization. Special organization. An international mercenary group. 18 took out a USB flash drive from her clothes. This is the information of this mercenary group. After you finish reading it, destroy it immediately. Understood. Wang Yuechuan took a deep breath. At this time, he already understood the few questions 18 had asked him before. As expected, he was going to be a spy in this operation. But why would he, a person from the Provincial Public Security Bureau, take on this kind of task instead of an elite of 18's organization? I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart, 18 said slowly at this time, but for some reasons I can't tell you the truth for the time being. But you can rest assured, as you said, the country will not give up anyone who is loyal to it. We need to use you because we have no other choice. I hope you can understand. Understood, 18 continued. From now on, you will be deprived of all your duties. During the mission, you will not be able to get any support. At the same time, your only contact is me. I can give you a day to explain to your relatives, but you can't leak any content of our conversation tonight. Otherwise, you will be dealt with as treason. Reporting to Sir, there is no need. Wang Yuechuan said indifferently. 18 nodded, then took out a black mobile phone. Take this phone. We will use this phone to contact each other in the future. Wang Yuechuan nodded with a solemn expression and took the phone directly, but suddenly asked, Sir, if I stab the traffic policeman downstairs, what will happen to him? 18 said indifferently, You don't have to worry about this. I will naturally arrange it. I believe you can clearly distinguish where to stab someone without killing him. Sir, is this a way to make me a wanted criminal? Wang Yuechuan suddenly asked. And the most direct way. 18 nodded. Of course, we can forge many reasons. But what is more simple and crude than killing a police officer? We can't do anything to ordinary people and the comrade downstairs. We will naturally compensate him later. You can rest assured. If that's the case, sir, I don't think you need to stab him. Wang Yuechuan said slowly, In fact, before I came to see you, I was an absconding murderer. 18 was startled and looked at Wang Yuechuan up and down, but he didn't ask the reason but nodded. Murderer? Very good. A murderer dares to come to see me. You are the first. 18 shook his head and patted Wang Yuechuan on the shoulder. The red wine in this mansion is good. Don't waste it. Let's just stay here for a while and relax before the mission. Next, for you it will be like a scourge. 18 left, and Wang Yuechuan watched him leave calmly. He sat in the room that had been booked long ago. The equipment in this place was complete, and there was a computer next to it, which seemed to be prepared for him to check the information in the USB flash drive. Wang Yuechuan didn't check the information in the USB flash drive immediately, but took out his phone and dialed a number. His superior, the leader he trusted, and the person who let him come to Lonling Mansion. The voice he was familiar with, the person who adopted him from the orphanage and raised him, his father. Did you see him? Wang Yuechuan nodded. I saw him. He gave me a task. Well, you don't need to tell me what the task is. It involves the affairs of that institution, and it needs to be kept absolutely confidential. I know. Wang Yuechuan continued to nod. On the one hand, he made this call to confirm 18's identity again. Now, listening to his father's tone, there was no doubt. On the other hand, it was a farewell. The other end of the phone was silent for a while, and finally there was a voice. Yuechuan, be careful. Wang Yuechuan felt warm in his heart and whispered, You said that I was lucky, but don't worry. However, I'm afraid that I can't come back this year. You take care of yourself. By the way, tonight is Christmas Eve. It's not our holiday, but it's suitable for the occasion. Dad, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas! After saying this, 18 showed a wicked smile and then turned off the phone. At this moment, he was standing on Tiantai Mountain in a building far away from Lonling Mansion. Hey, you're here? At this time, a hearty voice suddenly came from behind 18. He turned his head and saw a young man with a scarf around his neck and a bag in his hand. Taisetsu. Taisetsu blinked and floated over curiously, looking up and down. Sister 18. Why are you dressed like this? How did you become a man? Oh, I know, you found a sugar daddy again, right? Sister 18. Do you want me to cooperate with you? 18 turned around, and her body gradually changed as she turned. When she faced Taisetsu, she had turned into a black shadow wearing a black robe that covered her whole body.